I'm just trying to get set up real quick. If looks like I might have 2 viewers. So we go live at 8. Got a couple of things I'd like to try to do real quick before we get started. I had a couple hours to do some stuff. I had to run errands and, you know, do family stuff, so it kind of interfered with some of the other things I wanted to do to get prepared for this. So anyways, we're going to rock with it and just go. We got 6 minutes. Like I said, we're just want to get set up. I'm in the process of moving, and it probably sounds very echoey to you guys. That's because this room is now empty. I took everything out of it the other day, and except for my drone stuff, and now it's pretty echoey. Sorry. All right, I'll be right back. I had another light bulb somewhere. Oh, I put it in there. That's what. I'll be right back. Get this other chair's a little quieter and comfortable. Oh yeah, that'll work. All right, I wish I could figure out how to switch cameras on here between my webcam and the camera on the computer. Okay, all right, well. So, still got a few minutes. I don't know if anybody else is going to join, but I guess we'll just get started. So the other day, I crashed my quad. I fly this. It's a Dilly frame. I don't know if anybody's familiar with it. It doesn't seem to be too widely used, but it's actually a really good frame because it's pretty strong. I've crashed it a lot. I haven't broken any part of the frame yet. My motors, I finally just, I kept replacing bearings, and the other day I finally smashed one down. I think it smashed the bearings and I couldn't get it apart. So I took it off, desoldered it, and I bought a new set of Emax 2207 2400 kV. And anyways, I bought race wire as well. I've never done race wire, and I'm doing race wire on both of these Wasps. And before I started doing that, I attempted to, just a little while ago, put these on to see how I was going to do it. You can see right now I got them temporarily taped on to hold them in position so I could solder to them. These are the LEDs. They are the CLRacing, 25 by 8 millimeters, so 8 millimeter wide, 25 long. You can get them in various colors. These are purple. On this rig is purple. Most of it's purple. And so yeah, I got purple LEDs. I still have to wire the LEDs up to the, the race wire up to the ESC, but I decided to hold off on that for now. I'll get that either later tonight or tomorrow, but I have it all prepped and ready to go. my solder joints, not too bad. I use this, is it 6337 leaded solder that I got from RDQ, and it works pretty good. I had other solders, and I was having a very hard time soldering because they're unleaded, and I was having a real hard time. Even with flux, I would get a good solder joint, but it would just look real dull. And even with the leaded solder, sometimes I use the leaded solder with flux, and I have flux. And sometimes they still come out dull. I don't know why. I'll reflow them too, and sometimes that helps. But at any rate, so enough about this build. I'm going to set it aside and we'll get started on these wasps. All right, so I'm building two identical 5-inch wasps. These frames are designed and cut by Keven and David Ayer. I chose the wasp frame because I think it looks pretty cool. I like the way it looks. I do have two baby wasps as well, and I am going to build those as well. This one does fly. This one currently flies. The baby wasp currently flies. However, this one does not. These have different motors. So what I'm going to do is pair the motors. You know, I want to make everything identical on these, just like these. So I'll have one main quad that I fly. When I break it, fuck it up, whatever. I have the second one, I bust it out, switch over the radio, and I'm go. Everything's going to be the same. If I break it, then obviously I have spare parts from the two quads are interchangeable. All the components are going to be the same. Now, as far as components, let's talk about components. Okay. For these two builds, I've been using 4S. That's what I started off on, and I'm okay with 4S. But you know, all the hype, I just can't take it anymore. I got to try 6S. So I went with the the Emax Eco II 2306 1900 kV. I know that's a little bit higher on the. I know it's a little on the higher side for 6S, but I asked for recommendations and for what I want to do and stuff like that. And I think this will work fine. And if I need to scale it down, do a motor scale, I can scale it down to like 1750 kV or something like that. But we'll see how it goes. I also, for props, I got some Ethix S3s and S4s. I'm sorry, S4s and S5s. I apologize. These are lemon limes, and these are just gray. But yeah, I can't remember what the pitch is on these. But anyways, I want to try those. So I got a few packs of these of each. Once I figure out which ones I like, then I'll buy a bunch more. Again, I wanted to keep everything interchangeable. So you saw the motors. We're going to tie those to the ESCs with the CLRacing racing LED race wires. I got red and blue, red for red, blue for blue. For our VTX, we're going to use the Rush Tank Ultimate 2, I think it is, 800 milliwatts. I pulled this one from a different drone. There's nothing wrong with it. It's good to go. I bought a brand new one, so now I got a match set. Crossfire for both of them. Again, I pulled this from another drone that I sold. I pulled the components that I wanted to keep, kept those, and sold the rest. We got identical Fox Ear Falcor 3 Mini, 1200 TV lines. So again, both cameras, both quads have the same camera. And the stack. One other thing first, the Vifly Flinder. I haven't used any of these yet. These are going to be the first two builds that I put these on, and kind of excited about that. So this will be cool. I've never installed one of these before, so that'll be the first time I do that. And now for the stacks, I'm using the Mamba, the F722 MK3 30x30 36S. And the way they do the packaging is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I did open this up just to look at it. I was curious. See how they pack that? That's pretty. It's pretty sweet. I really like that. Of course, you got your battery leads. You got different gummies. Yep, I figured so. So you got soft and hard, 2 different colors, 2 different hardnesses of the silicone for vibration dampening. XT60 harness, a cap. I don't know what that cap's rated for. And this has the grounded Faraday cage, basically is what it is. It's a shield that you put over your ESC. Now, when I first saw this, I thought that was pretty cool, and I wanted to try it. Now, I have heard 2 different things, 2 different ways of these. I've heard people say that don't use it, it'll cause a lot of problems. I've heard other people say that it works great. However, the biggest thing about this is that you solder here, and you connect that to your battery ground. So you create a ground, a shield, an electromagnetic, an EMF shield from the ESCs. And, but if this paper gets, it's like a copper mesh, and it's got a coating on it. And if that coating gets scratched off and that that copper mesh is exposed, and it touches anything on the positive side, it's going to ground out to the negative side and cause issues. So I'm slightly apprehensive about it, but I'm also curious at the same time. So I think I'm going to try it, and if I have a hard time with it, then we'll abort. But and also, I said I said that I'm going to try to get both of these done tonight. Well, I figure we're going to run to a couple hours, maybe 3. I don't think I'm going to do it because after I worked on the motors and the race wire on my other build there, it took me a while, and that's when I came to the realization that I might not be able to do this as quickly as I was hoping. So I'm gonna go ahead and bust this down, and we'll start installing some components. So I showed you all the components, the motors, and the batteries. The batteries, I have Ovonic 6S 1300 mAh 100C. They were 2 for I think 59 or something like that, so I bought 2. Got for a total of 4. I am going to buy some more because 4 is not enough. But it'll get me started. And these little nylon, most people know that they're not very reliable, but they are useful. They do have their uses. They make good spacers. All right. So this was some of the stuff I contemplated on because I knew of the time constraints or what have you. Like I said, I wanted to try to do two builds in one night, which I don't think is going to happen. Now I think I'm going to have to do 2 live streams to complete these, but that's okay. I'm up for it if you guys are. I considered prepping some of this stuff, like putting my motors on with the race wire because of how long it took me to do it earlier. I thought, but then I also thought, well, that kind of takes away from the experience of seeing it all done. Like if you're new and you're seeing this for the first time, you might go, well, how did you do that? Like I said, I've never installed a race wire, so I wasn't sure exactly my plan of attack. But I went for it, and it wasn't too bad. I know there's a lot of people that don't like Mamba. They have, and it seems to be with every company. There's a certain few people that have a problem with it, and so for them, it's like, no, that's a bad brand, blah blah blah. And it's the same thing with Diatone. I've had people tell me, no, stay away from it, it's a bad brand. But I've had a Diatone Mamba on my daily quad for almost a year now, and I have not had a single problem with that stack. It's a pretty nice stack. I can't remember exactly what it is off the top of my head, but it's a Mamba stack. It's really nice. They look nice. Looks quality to me, quality components. Now, Unfortunately, when I was picking these out, I was doing so in kind of a rush because of the chip shortage. I was trying to hurry up and buy what I could before everyone else did the same thing. And what I ended up doing was I had these picked out and in my shopping cart already at RDQ. Now, let me put this out here. I use Race Day Quads and I use Pyrodrone. Both companies are great. One company has things you need and the other one doesn't, and vice versa. The other one has things that you need and the other one doesn't. So one's on the left coast, one's on the right coast. I use them both. Those are my go-tos. These came from Race Day Quads. I had these in my cart. The ones that I picked out, for some reason, they came out of my cart. And when I went back to pick these back out in slightly bit of a rush, I grabbed the wrong ESC combo. I wanted BL Heli 32. I wanted 32-bit ESCs. And like a dumbass, I grabbed BL Heli S ESCs, 8-bit ESCs. So it is what it is. That's what's on my other quad. It flies fine. It flies great. You just lose some tunability and stuff like that, but that's okay. It still works fine. So we'll rock on with it. Plus, I can always change out the ESC later if that's what I want to do, which I might end up doing. All right, guys. So I'm going to start taking some tops off here. Pop the tops on these things. Now, all these components come in these cool little plastic cases, which is cool. It's great packaging, looks good. I think it's a little overdone and a little bit wasteful, but at the same time, the plastic boxes are very useful for various storage items. You know, you can pack your backpack, with certain, odds and ends, little screws and stuff like that, nuts and bolts, whatever you need, a little extra stuff. And what I like to do is whenever I'm taking something apart, whenever I'm working on something, I keep all my parts in it, everything that'll fit in it, so I know where the hell it's all at. So this was some of the stuff that I thought maybe I should do and have done and prepped and ready to go already. But then again, it's not, you get a frame, you're pretty much going to put it together, see what it looks like, and that's what I did. And then that means you're going to have to take it back apart to work on it, to put it together, build it. So that's what we're doing. I figured I might as well make everything as real as possible. I've been waiting for weeks to build these things. It took me a while to gather all my components because in the middle of buying a house, so I had to stop spending money. My girlfriend was getting really mad at me, so I stopped for a little while. And so in order to build these, to buy the components I needed, what I did was I sold other drones because I figured I don't need 11 different drones or 12 different drones. I had 11 or 12, all with different components, different motors, different props, which made it difficult to buy stuff because it's like, okay, well, everything's different. So that's another reason why I decided to build two identical builds. One reason, so I can start learning like proximity flying and bandos and stuff like that is what I want to do. And I know I'm gonna mess it up. I'm gonna break them. I'm gonna destroy them. So I have to have another one ready to go. And then you keep one flying, and enough parts to keep it going. You can order your other parts, or even buy stock. You can buy a little bit of an inventory and keep an inventory, which makes it a little bit easier for yourself because you have all the same stuff. All the same components, and all you got to do is just dig in and swap out. All right, so I got this stuff out of the way. I'm going to move it over here. I don't need it. Start opening up some motors, getting all these motors pulled out, and then that's another part that's boring. But again, like I said, it's the real experience. This is what you're going to go through. It takes time. Is it boring to watch? I'm sure it is. I apologize for that. But again, for any new people, this is going to be like a build tutorial almost. Be like, oh, well, that's how he's doing that. So what we're going to do is pull all the motors out. I'm going to get all the race wire ready to go. And I am going to start cutting down the motor leads and putting them onto the race wire. I'll put the ESC in. And that's the fun part, is when you start putting your stack in, and you got to start figuring out clearances and stuff like that. And I got a couple things I want to show you with this Wasp frame too before we get too involved. Some of you may know, you may not know, may would like to know. I don't know. What's up, Joseph? Are you still here? Did you already leave? I see I had 2 people, now I only got 1. I'm sorry, I just now saw your comments. So, get you a Wasp, man. If you're still there, you're hearing me, get you a Wasp. It's a pretty cool frame. I'm not going to say it's without issue. I don't know what frame is completely without issue. All right, there we go. So that's 8 motors, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 8. Okay, there we go. All right, and all these Emax stickers. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to run around town and start sticking these to things. I have so many, and I keep a drawer up here full of stickers, man. Look at all that. Plus, I already put a bunch all over everything. Like everywhere. I put them everywhere, all over all my drawers and everything. On my gear. I still have a buttload. All right, so I'm going to open up the, this is the blue one. And this is red race wire. Make sure I get them right with the right, each one with the right quad. And these are pretty cool because there's the race wire. The soldering pads aren't too bad. I've already soldered on them, and they're not too hard. And then they come with these nice clear heat shrink tubes that once you're all done, will cover the entire thing, including your solder joints, to make sure that there's no contact with the carbon pin, which is awesome. And what I'm going to do to mount these to the frame, I'm not going to use zip ties. I got this badass double-sided 3M tape that's really good. It'll provide some dampening, vibration dampening, I think, for the components that are laying across the arms. I hope is what I'm hoping. And my wire should be nice enough that I won't have to use zip ties, but we'll see. And these ones are the blue. All right, so these really just break right apart very simply. I'm going to try something different because I broke them apart a different way earlier. There we go. I like that better. So that just comes right off and frees all 4 of them up right up. All right, so what I did earlier was I took some black tape, just regular electrical tape, as a placeholder. I'm not Joshua Bardwell. I don't like using black tape if I can avoid it. You know, that's, I'm not knocking it. I'm just, it's not my style. So what I'm going to do is I already kind of figured out a placement for these because I don't want the motor wires to be too short. When I started to do it on my other quad earlier, I had the, I like centered the, I centered them, but then it was going to cut my wires were going to be cut like right here. And I didn't like that. So I made them about like that long. And I like that better. Plus, it was still out of the way of the prop strike. If the prop were to bend and strike, it would still hit the race wire and most likely knock an LED off. That's what I see. Now, these LED race wires also, I don't know if you can see it. I think you can because I can. Right here at the bottom, A, B, C. You see those 3 pads right there? Well, you can take another race wire and flip it around the other side of the arm and link them with 3 pieces of wire, and you will get the same result. You can do another color, you can do the same color, whatever. So I think that's a pretty neat idea. And so I'm going to put these on in a way that all these little pads, just in case I'm, you know, future proofing, I'm going to put them on. So if I do ever decide to put on another LED race wire on the bottom side, which I don't think I'll do, then I can run the wires on the inside of the arm instead of the back side. I'll do the same thing on the front, so the wires would go around the arm on the inside, and you wouldn't see it from, you know, looking directly onto it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out the placement that I'd like, and I'll even test it with a prop just to get an idea. This is a rough, you know, it's not, nothing's mounted, so it's not exact, but it gives you an idea. Now here's the prop. If that prop were to bend down and hit the arm, that's where it's going to hit. So that's where you want the race wire. So I think my placement of the race wire was a little bit too far back. I can get it right about there. That'll work. I like that. So what I'm going to do is put that in place and tape it on. And like I said, the black tape is just as a placeholder, just to hold it in place so I can work with it. That's it. You need like 4 hands to be able to build quads for all the different things you need to hold at the same time, or angles you need to bend in to make yourself do what you need to do, or to hold the quad at the same time. So what we're going to do is put all of these on all at once. I've already got my soldering iron on. It's heating up. I've got it set to about 800 degrees Fahrenheit, and I've got a fat chisel tip on it. Well, it's like a chisel tip. It's similar to a chisel tip, and that will heat the pad up very quickly and melt the solder pretty quickly. So again, we're going to put a motor on here just to kind of test it. Actually, what I'll do is we're going to do the crude measurement way. I could pull out a set of calipers and do it that way, but we don't need to do all that. I'm going to take and just go off the edge of the thing, mark it with my fingernail, come over here, mark it with my fingernail, bam, it's in spot, good enough. I just want them to be relatively the same, so if I ever have to swap motors from corner to corner, the wires will still fit. Can you guys hear me okay? Is it too echoey? Can I get a response in the chat there? See, make sure, you know, I'm going to do my measurement, see how I'm keeping the pads, the additional pads for expansion LEDs. I'm keeping them to the inside of the arm. sorry. I'm a smoker. Smoke cigarettes, I smoke weed. But I'm actually about to quit smoking cigarettes, and I kept the pads to the inside. Damn it. All right. So now I'm going to tin the pads. Oh, I covered that pad up with the tape. Can't have that. Oh, crap. Okay. Just push the tape down. No, that ain't working. I'll have to cut this off and get a new piece of tape. Damn it. Oh, it's just how it goes. This building. I did the same thing over here. Dang it. I did the same thing on all of them. All right. Well, you know, it doesn't matter. Right now, all I have to do is get the motor side. That's all that matters. I'll just get this back on. And I'll tape the way it needs to be taped. Once I get the motor side on, then I can untape it and go from there. Okay, so there was something I wanted to show you guys with this frame. So Keven Sealy, there's two different bottom plates to this frame, or I'm sorry, sandwich plates. This plate has the slots in it. See the slots right here? I was originally going to put an AIO board in here. I wanted to use the Beast H7 or F7, one of the two. But then I kind of I changed my mind. I decided to go a different route. But he makes this with a plate that will accommodate an AIO. And also a plate that will accommodate just a regular stack. But the plate that accommodates an AIO will also accommodate a stack. As you see, it's just they're just slotted, so it allows for some, you know, different sizes. So, all right, let's start soldering. I did want to tin all of it, but we can wait as long as I can get to these. Crap, and I got the tape on that, of course, because I'm not paying attention. There. And then I'll go ahead and do these two that are exposed. See, those solder joints are pretty shiny, but like I feel like after I add my wire to it, they won't be as shiny. Of course, I didn't put any additional flux on here. The solder does have flux in it. If you work with enough heat, you get the pad hot, it'll just soak it right in like a sponge. All right, it's getting a little irritating. I didn't have such a hard time earlier on the other one. So what I think we'll do is we'll get so far on one, and then we'll go back to the other frame, and we'll get so far on it, and we'll just flip-flop back and forth. I have an ambitious idea that I could do both of these in one night, and I probably could, but I would probably be the only one sitting here do it. I don't think anybody would watch. I think it would take several hours more than what I was hoping it would take or thinking I could do it in. Usually when I do a build, it takes me a few days because I do a lot of contemplating and, you know, thinking about how I want to route things and stuff like that. And so, all right, so I don't like that. There we go. All right, I'm going to do a quick continuity check. I'm going to do it two different ways. So, okay, I want to make sure that I do have continuity between the front and the back, and I do. Okay, now what I want to make sure is that I do not have continuity between the three pads. So no continuity there, no continuity there. And I will continue on with the rest of them, just to make sure that there's no continuity in between the three pads, like a little bridge that you can't see or anything like that. And I just want to check continuity in between to make sure the traces are good. You know, I didn't mess anything up. Okay. So checking continuity. Uh-oh. There we go. Okay. So my tip is messed up. I was doing some electrical work the other day. I fried my tip. No continuity. Now, once you put the motors on here, there will be continuity because all the motor wires are tied together inside the bell. So there will be continuity. All right, good there. Now, it's good practice to always do continuity checks after you do solder or something like that, just to make sure there's no bridges or, you know, flux. I burned out an ESC one time doing that. I had everything all fluxed up. It was before I knew. It was when I first started, and I was just soldering away, and I was fluxing everything, fluxing it up real good. And I got done with the build, and I don't know if it was a bum ESC or if it was all the flux that I fluxed the shit out of it with. But I'm going to go with it. It was a user error and on my part, so I replaced the ESC, and I made sure this time after I got done soldering everything, I gave it an alcohol bath and a toothbrush scrubbing and let it dry, and bam. That's one of the quads that I sold to fund the building of these quads. So, all right, what I got to do now is I got to put the motors on. Now, the cool thing with these Emax motors is that they provide different screws, 3mm screws, 4mm screws, and 5mm screws, okay, for different arm thicknesses. I'm going with the 5mm. That's what I need. At least I think that's what I need. And Also, not only does it come with a prop nut, but these motors, you can take them apart using a Allen. You don't have to worry about the stupid little clip that is going to fling off and you're going to lose, and then you can't figure out how to buy another one because you can't find that size. So these have the Allen, and Emax was kind enough to include an additional washer and another bolt to be able to change your bearings, and if you lose one, you have a spare, which I think is pretty awesome. So I'm only going to bolt up two at a time just to hold the motor in place. All right. I like to use two. You can get away with one, but I prefer to use two. That way it keeps everything squared up at the holes. So when you go to cutting your wires and stuff like that, if you aren't squared up at your hole and then you go to square up at the hole and the wire is cut and it doesn't work, I mean, it is race wire and I haven't soldered the other side yet, so it's not, you know, completely detrimental, but just keep that in mind. Because if you're doing a repair, you're swapping out a motor real quick, same thing. So what I'm going to do is I'll take each wire and I'll run it to the solder joint and I will cut them one by one. All right, and I want my wires, I don't want them tight, but I want them nice. You know what I mean? There's really not enough room in here to leave any slack. I would like to leave slack in case the arm breaks right here. It can make a clean break and there'll be a little bit of slack, wire slack for this portion of the arm to move around without yanking the wires, hopefully is the idea, without yanking the wires out of the motor. And if they yank it off the race wire, that's okay. But if you can, you know, you can still save that. You can't save them unless you know what you're doing. If they get yanked off the out of the motor. I mean, you can rewind a motor. Yes, people know how to do it. I don't. I haven't done it yet. So make sure you pay attention when you're cutting, because once these are cut, they're cut. I can't tell you. Yes, I can. I've done it a couple times where I was running my motor wire up to the ESC, and when I measured it out, I measured it to the wrong pad, and then end up having to extend the wire. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and continue on with all four motors, get them cut, and then we'll come back and solder them. This is a tedious process, and I'm sure it's quite boring to watch. But again, for someone who's new, it's not going to be that boring. I'm not even putting them tight. I'm just, you know, slugging them up so they're there. It's relatively the same to me. Now these wires that you're snipping off are going to go from here to the ESC. If you're already a builder, you know that already. If you're not, you might not. So this one's a touch long. Okay. Awesome. I need another pack of screws because I'm only using 2 screws at a time, and that was one pack for one motor. And the other cool thing is too that for the screws that they provide you, they also provide an extra screw per motor. So by the time you're done, you'll have 4 extra screws, which is pretty cool if you think about it, because sometimes they sometimes they fall loose. Now, I don't particularly care for these button heads. They're not too bad, but I prefer the cap heads. And these are a little more, you know, they're smooth and they're a little bit sleek, and cap heads are just square and they'll catch on anything. But at the same time, they're also deeper and you have less chance of stripping them. So again, your motors don't need to be so tight that you're stripping anything. And in practice, you should be checking your motor screws about, I don't know, between every 5 and 10 flights is what I try to do every so often. I pick up my quad and I just take a couple different, you know, the two or three different Allen wrenches that I need, and I go over everything and make sure everything's good. Sometimes I get a couple turns out of things. Sometimes everything's tight as it can be, but you never know. I mean, these things vibrate like crazy. So and most of that vibration comes from the motors. The source of the vibration is right here. So yeah, it's a very good idea to periodically and always check the tightness of your hardware. Even your props. I've had a prop fly off on me because I neglected to check it. I was out there flying. All of a sudden, my quad starts flipping out, falling to the ground, and I'm like, what just happened? And my prop flew off. And the funny thing is I went out to look for the prop nut because I only had the one, you know, I didn't have spares. And there was a kid out there that was watching me fly. And he came back over, he's like, hey, I found this. And I couldn't believe it. It was the prop nut. I was so shocked and happy at the same time. It was really cool. All right, one more motor. Then I have to pull them off, strip the ends. I might be able to strip them with they're on. That would save some time if I can do that. Earlier, I pulled them back off, stripped the ends, and then put them back on. And that was part of the tediousness of it. It was taking like, holy crap. So if you're just joining in, or not, if you don't have a set of these flush cuts, I highly recommend getting them. They're great for these little wires for some pretty precise cutting for one, and two, the best application is for cutting the ends of zip ties off. They'll cut them flush to the head of the zip tie where they don't freaking cut you, because the zip tie will slice you right open quicker than shit if you're not careful. You don't cut them right. All right. Excuse me, guys. I realize it's a bit noisy in here. Next time I do this, I'm going to try to, and I'm not going to finish this tonight. I think what we're going to do is get the motors installed and get the ESC and battery leads installed on both, and then probably call it a night and come back and do it again. I've got all weekend off, so I'll come back and do this again tomorrow. And I don't know if I can cut these off. Yeah, I better pull the motor off. I feel more comfortable because I have a little bit better control over the cut, because I only have to cut, like, you know, 2 millimeters off the end of the sheathing to expose the wire. Then I have to solder it. So I want to do this one at a time, since all the wires are cut for the race wire that it's paired with. Now you have to very carefully Pick out how much you want to cut, just a little bit. Very gently squeeze it. That wasn't quite enough. Do it again. You only need to expose, like I said. I don't know if you can see that. I don't know how to focus this camera. I thought it had an autofocus, but it doesn't seem to work. Not a lot. And then we have to tin it with solder. Okay. Give a little twist so you don't have any strays. You don't have any straight wires poking around that you may miss, you might not see. Now I'm using the hole, the motor hole, just to hold the motor. Stick the shaft in it, hold the motor for me. I mean, it's not perfect. The motor still flops around, but it works. All right, I got my solder iron. It's around 800 degrees Fahrenheit. That would be 430-ish Celsius. So I'll get a little solder on there. Boom. Yep. And for some reason I'm a little shaky. I think it's a bit of nerves and nervousness. It'll suck right in. All right. Now I got to put the motor back on. And this is what building is about. A lot of trial and error too. That's another reason why it takes me a couple days to build, because I test fit things, trying to get it the way I like it. And I'm just snugging them on there because these have feet to go on them too. I got some TPU feet that go on here. They're pretty cool. I mean, I don't particularly care too much for this style of feet because it doesn't really protect the edge of the arms. It only protects the bottom. And I want that edge protection right here. So I'm going to get me another set of feet and do that because I'm about to get a printer. All right. Now I've already got solder on the wire and on the pad. So tweezers. If you don't have some of these in your toolbox, you better get about 2 or 3 different pairs. I use this pair almost exclusively. I have a couple others, but this pair, for some reason, it seems to work the best for me. Smash that down on there. Let it cool. Let go. And move to the next one. Now remember, when I said, once these are connected, you can do a continuity test between these, but you're going to get continuity because these 3 wires are connected internally inside the motor. So now that they're connected to this board, if you test here and here or here and here, it doesn't matter where you test, you're going to get continuity. But what you want to make sure, and you need a magnifying glass for that, or at least I do, is you want to look at those joints very closely and make sure that there's no solder bridges. Now I have, this just regular magnification, and I don't know what this is, maybe 4 times or 8 times. I'm not sure. That's the one I use. I can see it really well. And it's a pretty good solder. I am not too happy with that one right there. I got to fix that. Okay, so no big deal. Just put some pressure and some heat on it to hold it in place. Pressure, and then apply some heat for a second. Let that solder flow. Okay, and I'm going to check it. Well, much better. I like that a lot better. So, cool. We're good there. Now we move to the next motor, 3 more to go. Well, actually, we got another 7 more to go. So moving along. Trying to keep my big fat hands out of y'all's way. So you can see what I'm doing. Not that what I'm doing is that interesting, but all right. So I know I said this already, but you want to take about 1 millimeter off. I feel like I need to keep talking to you guys. So strip about 1 millimeter-ish. Okay. You got to tin them up. Now, if you keep feeding solder into that wire, it'll keep soaking in, and you don't want it to soak much further than what you have it exposed, because it makes the wire stiff and at the same time brittle, because anything that's stiff that doesn't flex is prone to breaking. So you don't want to soak that solder all the way up into the wire underneath the sheathing, because it makes the wire all stiff and it will break on you because it's stiff piece of metal. I'm sure you guys just heard my phone ding. I don't know who that was. I have only told everybody I know that this is what I'm going to be doing tonight because I was excited. I know other people aren't as excited about it as me, but I'm excited. That's all that matters to me. So I was hoping I would have a bigger audience, but I don't. But, you know, it's okay. I'll get out there eventually. As soon as I get moved and get into my new room and my new drone room, I'm going to get it all set up. It has carpeting. So any videos or live streams that I do from here on out won't be so echoey and loud. Plus, I got to get a different bench, man. I'm working off of a $40 folding plastic table. And don't get me wrong, it has served its purpose, and it served its purpose well. But I need something bigger and better. And you probably know what I'm talking about. So all right, so this wire is just a touch long. I don't like how long the tip of it is. So all I'm going to do is snip a tiny, tiny little bit off of it. Okay? And that was all it needed. Oh, shit. I feel like that needs more solder. Let's see if I can get any on there. There we go. Man, these are so close together. That kind of scares me a little bit, but I know it's good. Damn, what the hell? That one doesn't want to stay. It stayed a little, what's called eutectic, a little too long in its flow state. All right, I didn't do that over here, but I'm going to give a little tug on the wires. Beautiful. Little tug. All right, and I'm going to check the joints under the magnifying glass. I like it. I like it. I like it. Now, once I add the wires over here for the motor, or for the ELC, I'm sorry, and I got these cool little clear plastic or clear heat shrink tubing that will fit over the entire LED and the solder joints, which I think is super awesome, and it'll isolate it from electrically from the carbon. Plus, I'm going to have the double-sided tape holding down the LED. So I think it's going to look pretty cool. And the tape will be stuck to the heat shrink instead of to the bottom of the actual PCB of the race wire. So looks like I got another member. Awesome. Hi, thanks. Thanks for showing up. If you stick around for more than 5 minutes, that'd be awesome too. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming. Holy crap, there's a whole chat in there. I'm sorry guys, I can't pay attention to both, but I will try to periodically look if I keep forgetting about it. Quad monkeys, yay! My group is here. That's awesome. I mean, not my group, but you know, the group that I was invited into. It's a really good group, Quad monkeys. If you're not in that group, it's a really good group of people, good people. As far as I know, if you want to join the group, go join the group, answer a few questions. As long as you answer those questions, the admin will let you in. And it's a pretty good group of guys. The guy that brought me in, Ben Ayer, he's pretty cool. And he, when I first started doing this, I was having a hell of a time. There's two guys, Chris Shipley, I bricked my my Tyrannus. I have a Tyrannus X90 Plus is what I use for my radio. And I tried when I first got it to do the update on it, and I didn't know what I was doing. And some reason, somehow, some way, I corrupted the SD card, and I thought I screwed up my radio bad. I was like really upset, and I was trying to figure out how to get it fixed. And Chris spent a couple hours with me and talked me through it because he has the same radio. And I haven't messed with it since because it works just fine, and I have no need to mess with anything. So I don't mess with it. It's a pretty good radio. It is running on Crossfire, though. I run everything on Crossfire. Well, I take that back. I still have one. I think I have one or two quads still on RXSRs, FR Sky. But they're not too bad. And anyways, Ben, he helped me going from that point on. He helped me do a couple builds and configurations. Well, it was the configurations is what he helped me with, which was really awesome because when you first start beta flight, holy crap, can it be confusing and overwhelming and everything. There's so much here. I got to trim some of these down, and you know what? I forgot to tend these wires because I'm talking to you guys, but that's okay. I can still do that. I don't need to trim anything. I just need to tin them. Okay. Except for that middle one, it will need to be trimmed once I tin it. But anyways, yeah, Ben Ayer took me in and helped get me going. And we talk every day from there on out. And there's a group of us that do, and it's pretty cool. And the only thing that sucks is those guys are so far away that I can't just go hang out with them. But like I said, we talk on Facebook every day. And since I've gained the knowledge I've gained doing this, I feel more confident in helping others that need help, because it seems like, and I could be wrong, because I was a newbie and it wasn't that long ago, but it seems like ever since the DJI FPV drone came out, there's been a huge, massive influx of new people. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what it seems like to me. And so I started getting more confident in my skills and offering help to people, because there's so many people that were in the same boat as me. They're just like, help, you know, ready to cry. They're like, what the hell? I just want to do this so bad, but it's so hard. Why? Help me, please. So in the beginning, I also had, I just wanted somebody to video chat with me to make it easier, to make it, it's the way I learn. And there are a lot of people like that. So I also try to do video chats. I've done at least, I think, 1 or 2 video chats, and I got this guy, he's up in the air and flying. I've got one guy that I've helped him do a couple quads with. I hope he's watching. He told me he would. But I doubt it. I realize this is a Friday night, 8 o'clock on a Friday night. Probably not going to be a whole lot of viewers, but they'll see my stuff eventually. So, and like I said, I think I'm going to do this again because at some point in time, I do want to build a long range rig. I've never done long range. And the house that I'm moving into, I can sit on my deck and there's a mountain range right in front of me, a few miles out. I don't know how many miles, probably just a couple or 3. And I think that I could fly that from my porch, my deck. That would be awesome. Even my build room, there's a window. I have to. Oh, that scared me. That beeping was my multimeter beeping at me, telling me it needs to turn off. Yeah, I did not get that. So I don't have quite enough wire exposed here is what the issue is. There we go. Now that's too much. No, that's perfect. Okay, I still got to tin it. All right. All right. And again, remember I said I might have to trim. That one's got to be trimmed. Boom. There we go. I like it. All right, so I'm just checking my solder joints to make sure I don't have anything bridged. And although it's close, you know what? I'm going to hit those again because I know sparks aren't going to jump over. I know the voltage isn't going to jump over, but I just want to reflow that. That's all. I'm going to add a little solder to that. When you're soldering, make sure you keep your tip clean. I use a copper sponge, and I'll tell you what, it works very well. It works extremely well. All right. There's a tiny little stray right here, but it's not going to hurt anything. And it's gone. All right, cool. All right, so there's 4 motors down. I think we'll screw it. Let's get the SCN. So I'm boring. I don't know how to do CLI commands and stuff like that yet. I know a lot of basic stuff, but I don't know how to remap yet. I know it's super simple, but I haven't done it. So I put everything in the way it was designed to go in. And I like it. Now, the only thing is, I don't think these stack screws that they provided they're not really stack screws. So before we get that mounted in, we have to tin it. Now, a lot of people recommend that you cover up your MOSFETs and stuff like that. If you're new at soldering, you probably should. And I mean, even it doesn't matter if you're new or advanced, you know, seasoned soldering. If you have experience soldering, you're still going to get splatters and what have you, and that's to help prevent that. But again, alcohol and toothbrush will take care of everything. I am going to go ahead and put some flux on all this. And I don't have a flux pen, so I have to, it's like this paste almost stuff. It's real, kind of like gooey. So I just put some on the flathead screwdriver and just dab some on. The reason I'm using the flux is so that it will draw the solder into the whole pad. And coat it real good. I mean, enough heat will do that anyways, but the solder makes it, or the flux makes it flowy, I think, a little bit better flowy and shiny. Well, at least it's supposed to. Like I said, sometimes mine get a little dull and I don't really know what I'm doing wrong to do that, but I'm not a pro solderer, but I'm not new at it. I've been doing RC cars and all kinds of stuff my whole life, so. All right. I think I better put this in my hands. My pad is not silicone. It melts. It does melt. It's just one of those cut resistant, self-healing cut resistant pads. So we'll get that stabilized. We'll be good to go. These are big pads, and that's what you want for heat transfer. Add a little bit of solder to the tip and get after it. Not too bad. This one, the very first one I did, flowed all the way through the other side. So a lot of the solder is on the other side instead of bubbled up on top. Let's see if I can add just a little bit more to that. I think it just wants to push through. I don't like that. I'll have to, I have a solder sucker. Now, let me show you something real quick. You probably cannot see it. Let's try though. So I used flux. I don't think you can see it. So I put a fair amount of flux on there. Let me get over here in the light. It won't focus. At any rate, I put a bunch of flux on here, right? Well, not a bunch, but I put a good amount of flux on each one of these. As it melted, it ran off into these MOSFETs right here, okay? So if you have a flux that's conductive, because flux can be conductive, and it's sitting on all the legs of these MOSFETs, that can be bad. That's why you need to either A, tape, or B, or both. Alcohol and toothbrush. The alcohol and toothbrush method works very well. And that one's doing the same thing. It's flowing through the holes. There we go. All right, and those are decently shiny. I don't know why my camera won't focus in. Those are pretty shiny. All right, so just a name. He's one of the dudes I helped the other day. If you're still watching, that's awesome, dude. I'm passing your knowledge on to others as well. It's giving a loving circle. If we all play it forward, we will be rich with the community. Just a name as a guy I helped the other night. He, what was it, Justin? You fried something. You fried one of your components and had to replace it, and your ESC was turned around, so you had to remap it, which you knew how to do, and I thought was awesome. That was cool. And then from there, I helped you reconfigure the entire thing and got it flying by the end of the night. It took a couple hours to do because he was having technical issues himself with his computers, but his computer situation. But we got it worked out. Dude stayed with me. He was in a different time zone as me. I worked nights, and oops, I forgot to do the battery leads. I work nights, and I was at my desk on my desk computer, and we did he sent me a Google Meet or something like that link, and we linked up that way. We did everything through video. It was really cool. I was able to see everything on his screen the way he did it. It was super cool because I could, instead of having to have him take pictures and send me pictures, I could literally see what he was seeing. And so it was easier to tell him where to go, what to do, and why we're doing it. And it worked out. In the end, his quad was flying again. He was happy, and I was happy because I helped him. It made me feel good. It was a sense of accomplishment, I suppose, helping someone. So what I want to do is you guys see that those are the holes. I know they're like that for a reason. So you can come up, you can come perpendicular with your, I'm sorry, not perpendicular, but is it perpendicular? Yeah, perpendicular to the holes. You don't have to come straight in. You can go up or down, depending on how you want to put your ESC in. All right. Now again, on these two pads right here, very, very important. You do not want continuity between those two. So what we're going to do, before we put the leads on, do a continuity check, because I can clean them up now. See? Continuity? Oh, you can't see my big fat hands in the way. Continuity? No continuity. We're good. We're good. All right. So moving forward. Now, these big old fat battery leads, it's a pretty thick gauge of wire, but we're going to be running success to this, so it is very necessary. Even bigger gauge won't hurt anything. It's less resistance. Think of voltage and current like a water hose. Think of your wire like a water hose, all right, like a garden hose. And if you kink it, stop the flow. Well, not quite what happens with electricity, but it is close, because electricity is the flow of electrons, and voltage is the pressure, like in a water hose. It's water pressure. It pushes, and current is what flows. So the voltage pushes the current. Pretty cool. So what I'm going to do is expose a little bit more wire here. Actually, that's probably pretty good. But the problem is that these wires come factory with that crappy leaded solder, or unleaded solder, I'm sorry. So what you need to do to help remedy that is to add some of your own. And again, let me point something out real quick. You don't want to, the wire, if you get hot enough, will just literally soak the solder in like a sponge, and it'll just keep going down as long as the wire's hot enough to keep the solder eutectic. It'll keep sucking it in like a sponge, and you do not want that. You do not want that. So, and as of right now, this wire is stiff up to there. That much of it is stiff. So that's how much solder is stuffed in there. But what we're going to do is heat it up and put some of our own leaded solder into it. Okay. Looks like it just kind of globbed on the outside of it, but the wire's super hot. But oh well, I am going to add a little more heat to that and see if it'll suck in a little bit more. You know what? I'm going to clip them, and that's what I should have done to begin with. Now, I'm not going to add my XT60 on here yet because I don't know exactly how I'm going to route these out the back yet. Probably straight out the back. That's what I typically do. Or around the side. Just zip tie it to one of the standoffs for some strain relief. All right, that'll work. I got most of that nasty solder out of there. Oh yeah, look at it, soak it in. All right, I like that. Now, try to match up the other side. You get it hot enough, the wire itself will melt the solder, and that's what you want. Okay. Oh, I don't like that. Let's do it again. I better double check that one too. Didn't get so much over here. There we go. Oh yeah, soaked it in real good. So I need another set of helping hands because these aren't enough. I need another pair. Now it is absolutely important that you make sure that you're putting your negative in your negative and your positive in your positive, because if you don't, you're going to see magic smoke. I don't know that a smoke stopper would stop it, but it might. But a continuity, well, no, a continuity test wouldn't catch that either. Like that. Let's see. Okay. Crap, I don't know which side I just did. I think it was this one. So, heat it up. All right, this is going to be a pain because I can't put pressure on this without it. Oh wait, there we go. Okay. So I gotta heat the solder up. Gotta heat the wire and the. Oh crap. Get in there. Did you see how that just slid right in there? You probably didn't, but it slid right in. I don't like that one. That one doesn't want to. I gotta let that cool down. My ESC is getting hot. I don't want to burn anything up. Someone said, which ESC is that one? This is the it's the 50 amp, 50, but it's just 8-bit. It's not 32-bit. Like I said in the beginning, I was kicking myself in the butt because I, in the mad dash, trying to beat everyone else to get my components before there weren't any, and I did. I mistakenly chose the wrong stack because the other stack that I wanted was just the same, but it had 32-bit ESCs instead of 8-bit ESCs, and by mistake, I grabbed the 8 bits and whatever. At that point, I'm like, you know what? I'm lucky to have it. So I'm just going to keep going with it. Because right after I bought mine, all the prices, I mean, literally right after I bought mine, like a day or two, all the prices at Race Day Quads went up. And they started going up at other places and everything was out of stock. And I was like, holy crap, I moved at the right time. I really did. And then I've been sitting on these parts for a couple of weeks waiting to do this. I had to get a webcam. I probably should have got a mic too. I thought I could just get by with what I had. I was trying to get by with as little as possible. And if I do this again, which I think I will, I'm going to go get a mic and it'll be in my other house, so there will be sound deadening too. I'm not going to do that here. We're getting ready to move in a couple of weeks. 17th is the closing date on our house. So about the 17th is when I'll start doing it. And I wanted to get this done before that took place. So as you can see on the bottom side of the soldering, or on the ESC, some of these pads push through on the solder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clean that up, all right? Because I don't want that. I don't want that solder hanging down. It can cause a problem if it touches the carbon on the frame. So I'm going to clean that up. I have a solder sucker, and it'll make real good work of those blobs that I don't like. They'll just disappear. Watch. I didn't hit that one right. And that'll work. The pad itself is still coated, but it doesn't have a blob of solder hanging down from it. So that's what I'm concerned about. And I can get that solder off the pad with copper braid. It's real easy. It took me a while to figure out how to use that stuff. You got to use it with flux. All right, if you don't have a solder sucker in your solder kit, I highly suggest you get one. All right, those are not too bad. Those are not bad at all. I'm fairly happy with that. And now I'm going to do a continuity check. And I'm going to do the continuity check. Don't ask me why, but I'm going to do it here and here. And there's nothing there. Now, did you hear that little beep when I first did it? When you first do it, it's just a real quick beep. There's capacitance in this, and it was holding a charge somehow, some way, probably from the leads of this. And when I first touched them, it discharged it. So that's why you get the beep. There's no beep, no continuity. We're good. Now, I'm not going to take the toothbrush and alcohol to this yet because I still have to put my motors on, my motor leads on. But you know what? I do need to do that down here. So we'll do that real quick. I was apprehensive about doing this the first time I did it because, I mean, like, take these expensive electronics and just pour liquid all over them. Okay. But apparently, it ain't no big deal, even if it's water. So I'm going to go ahead and hit these two just in case, just whatever. I'm here, I'm doing it. I want to really pay attention to these MOSFETs because that's where the flux went to. So on both sides, hit those MOSFETs real good, get all that flux out of the nooks and crannies of the legs of the MOSFETs. And then I will do a quick rinse. Usually I have paper towels. I'm sorry. I don't have any paper towels in my room. I did not think of that. I can't think of it all. But I do have canned air. If you don't have any of this stuff, you need to have this. You need to have one of these on your bench. You need to have one of these in your backpack, and you need to have a spare. I went out flying one day. It was windy. And there was sand and dirt and gravel where we were flying at on the concrete, and our stuff was all sitting on the ground. Well, that wind was blowing that sand and gravel. And when I went to pick up my quad and turn my motors, they were all gritty. And I was like, what the hell? I didn't even do anything. It was just from sitting there and the wind blowing it into the motors. And one of the guys that I was there with, or was there, had a can of that stuff. And it saved me because I was able to blow my motors out. I mean, yeah, I could have just spun them out, but I really didn't want to do that. You don't want to mess up the laminations, the laminated edges inside your motors, because those stator poles, I don't know if you know this, are a bunch of layers of laminated steel or whatever whatever type of metal that they're using. I think it's a carbon steel or something like that. And it's fine layers of it, and they're laminated, and that helps with eddy currents. If you don't know what an eddy current is, it's something that's created through electrical magnetism. You know, when you add electricity to copper, you get magnetism. if you have magnetism, you can get electricity through induction. So when you apply power to the windings of a motor, so that current's running through the windings, which is wrapped around the poles. Okay. Well, when you run current through copper, you'll get magnetism, especially when it's all coiled up. Magnetism will induce a voltage into another metal. And so what happens is you get these eddy currents, and they spin. They're magnetic currents that spin on the metal, and they can cause problems. And so with laminated and stacked up pieces of metal, they're laminated, you know, like the wires are laminated. It keeps them electrically separated, isolated from each other, but they're laminated, and they're just tiny little thin pieces, and that stops the eddy currents or breaks the eddy currents down. It takes this big eddy current and makes a bunch of tiny little eddy currents, and it helps with performance. So, okay, I think we're ready to put this in, start doing our dry fit. I don't know why I just put that on the hands. All right, and so this is the back and the top. Fill that off, we don't need that. This is pretty cool. It's a sticker that has the pin out, which is pretty awesome. And it tells you the target and all that stuff too. It's pretty cool. All right, so I don't like the screws that came in the packaging because those are kind of useless. I don't think they added any in here. Oh yeah, they did. Let's see what they got. Oh, with the button heads. That's okay, it's a stack screw. That is okay. So let's put one of these in and see if we've got enough screw shank for our stack. Now my stack will include an ESC, an FC, and a VTX. So I just included one blue spacer that is included in the stack. I don't like it. So what I'm going to do here is, remember those plastic little nuts that were used to hold the stack together inside the packaging? Guess what? We're going to repurpose them, because I told you they make great little spacers. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to put these little nuts on here, run them all the way down. They don't even have to be super tight. They just have to hold everything in place and get our ESC away from the carbon. That's what you want. You don't want that ESC on the carbon. It doesn't need to be soft mounted, but I do soft mount mine. Why? I don't know. I think the whole stack should be soft mounted. Vibration really comes through the screws anyways. It's not, you know, and it's going to transfer it from the screws into the stack. So, you know, try to isolate your stack from the source of vibration as much as possible for tuning purposes. I'm sorry you guys can't see what I'm doing, but really I'm just screwing on a nut. There's not much to see. I got 2 more to go. So we'll get this, we'll get the ESC in here, get it mounted in a way that we like, and get the wires soldered on for the motor, and then we'll start working on the second one, and probably just do the same thing, get the motors and ESC mounted, And I think we'll probably call it a night, and I'll do this again. I could have done this in a build series, but I didn't want to. I wanted to live stream it. I thought that'd be pretty cool, but that's just me. That's the way I think so. All right, and those don't need to be super tight. They only need to be snug because I still need to be able to move the screws around, because remember I said that this bottom plate and the main plate are slotted. So I have to be able to get the stack in here and get it lined up, get it centered up, and then I can give a little bit of snugness to the plastic nuts. Well, I've only got 2 viewers. I appreciate you guys watching. I don't know if it's the same 2 people or if it's just 2 people, just people randomly in and out or what. But if you're watching right now, I appreciate it. Thank you. My channel is not monetized. I think with YouTube, you have to have around 1,000 or 1,500 subscribers before you can start being monetized. I am nowhere near that. So I'm not doing this for the money. I am doing this because it's fun. And do you guys see my my Allen? It has disappeared. Wait, is this it? I guess I put it back. My bad. Oops. Whoops. All right. Front. And then we'll go with the little soft mounting gummies. Now you can squish those down on the ESC. It doesn't really matter because, again, more important to have the dampening on the FC, but again, it all transfers through. So all right, do we need to go all the way out? What is going on here? Uh-oh, I see a problem. I see a problem. What is going on? I see what's going on, but I'm not real sure why it's doing that. I got to double check and make sure I've got the proper arms in the proper spot, because, oh, that's another thing I forgot to show you guys. On the Wasp, the arms are marked F and A, fore and aft. Think of it as before and after. On aircraft, fore is front, aft is back. Now, on the 2 aft arms, they line up perfectly, okay, as they should. They're perfectly symmetrical, okay? On the 4 arms, if you flip them over, they're perfectly symmetrical. They should be. Now, here comes the thing. If you're not careful and you take one fore and one aft, well, this is the fore and this is the aft, and you put them both on front, here's what's going to happen. These are not symmetrical. These are asymmetrical between front and rear, okay? They look extremely similar. This looks like a misprint or a miscut, but it's not. Can you see the F and the A? So even this way, they match up pretty good, except for that right there. And it will, the fore or the aft will go into the front, and the fore will go in the back. But then your arms will be like, you'll have one arm that's right, and then you'll have one arm that's a little cocked, and it's like, what? And yeah, I did that, but I figured it out. I didn't fly it like that way because it was on one of these. I put them together and then was looking at it, and I knew that beforehand too. But I guess for some reason I still put one on. I put one of the fours or one of the aft's in the front on the four, and I was looking at it, and I'm like, man, something doesn't look right. So I figured it out. So we have an issue here. I have an issue here. I got to double check. I got to take this arm off and double check because my stack screw is not wanting to go all the way up to one side of the slot like it should. So I got to make sure I have the right damn arm on there. I'm quite positive I do because I've already double checked this. That's a 4. See the F? You probably can't. And this is the front of the quad. So I do have my arm in correctly. What I don't understand, I think there's something wrong with this little divot right here. Because the stack screw rides right next to it in that slot. And for some reason, it's hitting right in here, and it shouldn't be. So if I can't get this to I don't understand what's going on. I just don't understand why that's hidden like that. So we've already encountered one problem. And the only way I know a solution, the only solution I know to this problem is to file. I don't want to do that. Oh, God damn it. Why won't that go? Oh, there we go. I got it. I got it. Yay. No filing. All right. I guess it was just catching on a little lip there. I'm not really quite sure. All right. It's in there now. Where I need it to be. I need the stack screws to be as far out on the slots as they can go. And that's what I was not getting just now on one of them. All right. Pretty cool. Now my stack does not look straight. That does not look, yeah, it does. All right, cool. Good, 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 good. Now I'll take a pair of needle nose, which I probably don't even need. And I am going to snug everything down. Okay. Doesn't have to be super tight. It just needs to be snug. And then once everything's in place, you can still tighten them without having to do too much. And this is the trials and tribulations of building. So I got a screw that's a little bit bonky or something. And now the stack don't want to go down. And that's okay. We'll get it. There we go. So as far as my battery lead options go on this, you can see here I've got an SMA and I've got an Immortal T. So I don't have a way to bring the wires out, and that's fine. They're not really that long anyways. They wouldn't come very far up. So what we may do on this, and I've never done that on a build before, and I'm a little apprehensive about doing it, but I'm probably going to try it. It's going to require opening a battery too. And wow, that's a chunky thing. Coming from 4S, holy shit. All right, I do plan on putting a GoPro on this thing, and I have that right here. I got a couch. So now I know approximately where everything will go. I'll probably set my battery like so. That means I could bring my battery leads out through these two holes right here if I want to. So I got two choices. I either bring them up through like so, which the apprehension that I was speaking of comes from the fact that now my wires are in a spot that could eventually break through the coating and into the wire and cause a short to the frame. So I don't know if I want to go that route. So I'm going to not deal with that right yet. It's not something I have to worry about. I'm probably going to do this right here. This is probably what I'm going to do right there. Bam, figured it out. Cool, done. I will zip tie it to the standoff for strain relief. For when, you know, if you have a battery ejection or something like that, it pulls on the wire and not the ESC. So, okay, I still got to put a cap in this thing. This comes with a 470 microfarad 35 volt cap. So apparently Mamba thinks that that's okay. I know that most other people would disagree. Everybody thinks you got to have a 50 volt 1000 microfarad cap for your 6S, and ideally you definitely want more voltage than what you're putting into it. So if you're putting in 25 volts, a 35 volt should be enough. But the microfarad, the capacitance part, you want more. And I have in my stuff 35 volt 1000 microfarad. That's a Sony, and I know the Panasonics are supposed to be the bee's knees. This is a 50 volt 470 35 volts. So pretty much any one of these will work. Here we go. I got a Sanyo 35 volt. We're going to use this one. Okay. Now they have these clearly marked with red and black heat shrink. So obviously, you know, red is positive, black is negative. But if you're new and you don't know, there's always a stripe on one side, some sort of stripe, which indicates negative. See, stripe and a stripe. They all have some sort of stripe, and the stripe represents negative. Now, I don't know how I want to do the cap. On one of my other builds, I had to put the cap over here to the side like this, zip tie it to the standoff, and then run my wires over. I know ideally you want the cap to be as close as possible to the pads. I get that. But there are instances when the cap needs to be over here. It's your XT60. It's just the way it works. It's still capacitance. It still adds capacitance. There's still capacitance in the line. It should still work. I got to get this figured out before I do my motor leads, because once the motor leads are in, without taking the motors out, it's all one unit. So guys, I need a cigarette. I haven't had a cigarette in 2 hours, and I don't smoke in my house. I'm not going to leave you. I'm not going to leave the chat. But I do have to text my girlfriend, tell her to bring me something to ash in. I have a window right behind me, so I'm going to break the rules. All right. Sorry about that. Let's see how close I can get this. All right. I hate trying to strip this stuff off these legs because it ends up just pulling the whole thing off. But I want to get this down as close to the ESC as possible. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on here like so and bend it over. I don't see an issue with that at this point. I may run into something where I have to change it. I hope not. Why did I have to do that on my other one? See here. You see my capacitor zip tied to the standoff and how I have it ran over to the battery. Sort of. Anyways, I think that's what I'm trying to avoid. I don't remember why I stood that up right there. I think it was a space issue in this particular quad. All right. Cool. And just strip those without pulling them off. That's awesome. And this is why it takes me a couple of days to build a drone, because of the testing and retesting. Dry fit here, dry fit there. Now you want to make sure that you have, or at least try to make sure that you have coverage. The legs are covered all the way down. I'm going to solder these in real quick. Yeah, buddy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Cut these off. Yep, that was going to shoot across the room if I didn't stop it. Checking under the magnifying glass, and I like it. It looks really good. I'm happy with it. So now what I want to do is get it back in. Okay, we want to check for clearances underneath. We got plenty of clearance. What you want to avoid too when you're putting your, oops, I got my ESCM backwards. Thanks for telling me. Haha. All right, so I've got it in. The plug here, right here's your harness plug. You want to keep that off the carbon. Is it going to hurt anything electrically? No. But if you have this smashed up against the carbon, well, now you're introducing vibration into the ESC. Now it doesn't matter getting into the ESC; it's not going to hurt that. But it's just you want to isolate all the vibration you can, period, from the stack as much as you can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold the capacitor over. And I'm going to put some heat shrink around that. I bought a box of this colored shrink tube. I like it. It's cool. Comes in different sizes. 200 piece. Got it off Amazon. So the only bad thing is if you have something that you use the majority of, then whenever you run out of it, now you're left with just, and I don't think that's going to be big enough to go around all both of that. So I'm going to go with blue, since the blue quad. I don't think it matters, but you know. ESC in, ESC out, ESC in, ESC out. So I'm going to cut this for the length of the capacitor. Thereabouts anyways. I'm not going for perfection when it comes to this. I still have to have some flexibility to my battery leads, regardless. Now, there's one thing I forgot to do. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I need to add another ground wire here with a motor wire. Let me explain why. There's two reasons. I want to try to use that for one. I want to see what it does or doesn't do. Okay, so in order for this to do what it's supposed to do, it needs to be connected from ESC ground to the ground on the mesh. All right. Also, what I like to do, and I may get some backlash for this, I don't want to give a shit because it works for me. It may not work for you, but it definitely works for me, and I know it works for other people. And okay, in this harness here is what transfers power. See those tiny two little wires? you're putting 6S voltage in here. Now I know there's a voltage regulator in here, okay, and it's going to step it down. It's not going to put 6S voltage in here, I don't think. It can't. It shouldn't, not coming through these tiny ass little wires. So it should only be a certain amount of voltage coming into the FC. Then the FC also has two. It's got a, I think, a 3.3, a 5 volt, and a 9 volt voltage regulator. So there's 3 different voltage regulators in here. And all that power from the ESC is coming into the EFC through these tiny little wires. As far as the positive and negative goes, bring in, say, what is it, like 9 volts or 5 volts or whatever it is to the FC. That's fine. That's fine. But then you have all these components connected to it. All right. So you've got a, I'm going to have a buzzer. I'm going to have my VTX, my camera, and my Crossfire receiver. All of them have a ground. And if you have a ground here, ground here, ground here, ground here, now you've got all that current running, because current flows, and depending on which theory you believe in, some people believe that current goes from negative to positive, and that's one theory, and the other theory is that it goes from positive to negative. Regardless, you still have current flow returning back to ground through this ground. So you have all this current from all these devices returning back to battery ground through this teeny tiny little wire. It's not enough. That wire is not rated for all that current. So what I like to do is I take a motor wire, I attach it to the negative side of the battery post, and I attach it to any, doesn't matter, because the ground rail is one rail around the whole thing, okay? So everything that goes to the ground goes through the whole rail through this back into the battery, all right? If you take and add this a little bit thicker gauge wire, doesn't have to be very long, add it to your negative, into any ground on the FC, doesn't matter which one, doesn't matter if it's doubled up with another component, it doesn't matter. And what you're doing is you're providing a little bit more current flow through the ground rail back to the battery. You're not restricting it with this tiny ass little wire. Now some people will say, well, that's a ground loop, you just created a ground loop and that's going to add noise, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, I don't think it's a ground loop. I mean, yes, that's what a ground loop does, but I'm not creating a ground loop. Now, I did this to my a couple of my other quads, and it cleared up a lot of my video problems. That's why I did it. I heard about it. I tried it. It worked. I'm sticking with it. You know, it works for me. Maybe it doesn't work for you, but it works for me. So I'm going to stick with it. And that's what this hobby is about, because everybody has a different result from, you know, something in one way or another, which is what I was talking about with the stack thing. You know, I'm using a Mamba stack. Well, other people are like, oh, Mamba's junk, blah, blah, blah. I've had nothing but problems with Mamba, you know, and it's the same thing with everything. Well, I'm using Mamba and I don't have any problems with it. Oh, you know what? You guys know what I forgot to do? I forgot to connect my FC to Betaflight. That was the first thing I wanted to do, and I forgot. I wanted to make sure the damn thing was going to work before I went through all this trouble. There's been a lot of duds out there too. But again, like I said, a lot of newbies too, and newbies tend to fuck shit up because they don't know what they're doing and they dive in head first. And I'm guilty. I did it too. So I'm not talking shit. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some more plastic nuts. I'm going to bolt down the ESC. Oh, you know what? No, first I lied. I got to put those ground wires on first before I move any further. Now I have other spare. I have all this spare motor wire over here, but I got to use that. And I don't know how much of it's going to be left over. So I do have some over here. I have a bin. You should too, of all the spares. You save that shit, because there will come a time you don't think you'll need it, and you will. And you'll be like, oh, that has the connector I need. And you can pull the pins, and bam, now you get something you need. Yeah. There's no way both of these are getting done tonight, guys. Sorry. I tried. It was a challenge. I was up for it. I mean, we could do it if I stay here all night long, but I don't think I'll have an audience that long. I'm surprised to even have anybody. Whoever you are, I appreciate it. Okay. Now I'm going to tuck that. Let me see. I'm going to do this one of two ways. I'm trying to avoid, you don't want to put any hard bends in anything with current flowing through it because it can restrict the flow. You want nice, flowy bends to your wire. There is a bend radius to wire too, a certain idealistic bend radius. Okay, so I can either do it like that or come around the leg. I can either do it like that. No, not it's not too bad. Or I can come around this leg right here and go like that. The thing of it is I got to put two of these in there. But you know what? Let's see. Let's see if I can get it on there. That is not a good solder joint at all. No, I don't like that. So I got to add some more solder to that. It kind of looks like a cold joint. And that is a lot of wire there. There's a whole lot of, you got the battery lead, the copper trace, the whole entire ground copper trace at that, the capacitor, and now the wire that I just added to it. So that's a whole lot of stuff. I'm gonna hold some heat on there for just a moment. There we go. That flowed pretty good. And I know it did because it burnt my finger. Yeah, buddy. Now we're talking. Cool. So that ground, let me slap another one on there. I'll cut that off. I'll cut that. I don't need that much. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stick my freaking elbow in the camera. If I continue to do this, I think I'll get a different setup. But you see how that's pulling a tail? That's not good. That's a heat issue. I could crank up the heat a little bit more, but I'm like not far from max now, and I don't want to. There we go. That was a good transfer right there. Okay, so when I pulled the tip away, I saw some things lift a little bit. I'm just going to take a real good look at that real quick. Yeah, that is not a good solder. That was not a good solder at all. It's a lot of, like I said, that's a lot of metal, and I just added even more. So we're going to have to hold that on there for a moment. A lot longer than I'd like, but that's what we're going to have to do. And what I'm afraid of is that the pressure it takes for me to hold everything is going to undo the solder when it melts. Oh my God, that's hot. Damn, that's hot. That one wire doesn't want to, it really doesn't want to get in there. All right. Most people will tell you should not feed solder into. Well, no, you shouldn't, but it does work. And sometimes that's the case. That's what you got to do. So that's what I'll try. I'm going to heat this up. Put solder on there. And try to feed some solder in there to get it to flow. Yeah, I'm going to have to crank the heat up on this. It's just not enough. All right, we're at full blast 480C, 880F. Oh no, it's still going up. Yeah, we'll call it 880. No, almost 896 degrees Fahrenheit. 480C. Let me take a look at this again because it did flow a little bit, but not quite enough. There's plenty of solder there. I just got to get it to flow, so I don't need to add any more solder. But I do have to transfer heat, so put a little bit of solder here, and then we will smash it. Oh no, that made a difference. Damn it. I do not like this solder at all. Damn, I don't like that joint at all. God, that is ugly. I cannot live with that. I gotta fix that. All right. Okay, a fall solder flow. Let's see what it looks like now. Okay. It's not too bad. I think I can live with that. Definitely a good joint. It ain't going anywhere. It's not a cold solder. It's just not flowing in there the way I like. That's a lot of metal right there. That's a lot of freaking shit. And don't get me wrong, that iron got it hot because I couldn't even hold it. It was pretty goddamn hot. I ain't gotta smoke a cigarette, guys. I'm not gonna leave the chat, or I'm not gonna leave the room. I do have to stand up to turn a fan on. All right. I don't normally smoke in my house, but I needed a cigarette. All right, so I can live with that. And as you see, I added 2 pigtails here. Like I said, for this, and one is for the F. And we'll see what it does. If I have some adverse reactions with it, negative effects, I will tear this bitch apart and we'll change it. That's what this hobby's about. I had to give those stack screws a little snug. All right. Now that's kind of tall. I've got a way big gap in here, bigger than I need. I'm hoping squishing these down. I know you can only squish them so far before you start to negate the dampness of them. All right, I don't like those nuts. That's way too much space. So I think what I'm going to do, if you don't have rubber O-rings in your arsenal of hardware, you should. You need M2s and M3s. I don't remember what the size of them are, but I mean, they fit your M2 or M3 screws. You need them. You got to have them in your arsenal. So what I think we're going to do is I'm going to pull the stack back out. I'm going to pull the ESC back off. I'm going to take the gummies off. I'm going to take the bolts off. I'm going to take the nuts. I'm sorry, not the bolt. I'm going to take the nut off. But don't worry, I'm going to put the nut back on. I just don't like the space that it's giving me. It's too much space. I want the ESC to be a little bit closer. I only want it to be far enough from the carbon to allow airflow and nothing to touch, even if the stack were to compress. So there needs to be a little enough space for no contact through compressibility and like in a crash. So what I'm going to do is put a couple O-rings. Now I have different O-rings, so I have to pay attention, make sure I get the right ones. You can see some are a lot fatter than the other. Well, you might not be able to see that. I'm going to go for these fat ones. There's 4. I'll probably double up on them because I think it'll take 2 to achieve the space that I want. I might just go with 1. Oh wait, it's 1 plus the gummy. That's right, that's what I'm doing. 1 plus the gummy. That's what I was going to do, my bad. So I'm going to do one O-ring and the gummy, and that should give me all the space I need between the ESC plug here and the frame. So yeah, this is the tedious test fit, test fit, test fit. And I thought about doing this all beforehand. But then I thought that would also take away from the realism of it. You know what I mean? Like, these are the steps that I go through to do this. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But I care, you know, a lot of guys will just slap their shit in. They're like, oh, that's good. Well, I mean, it's good, but it's not good enough. I could have just left the gummies off and put the ESC straight to the nut. Fairly certain that's something I've probably done in one of my other builds, but I didn't want to do that. Now I'm going to put the nuts on. Because that's what I'm going to use to compress the ESC down onto where I want it to be. And it'll also give a, well, not that it wasn't going to have, but it'll give a surface for the gummy to sit on. So what that did was it brought my ESC down a little closer to the carbon, and it gave me a little more space to work with up top for the FC and for the VTX. So I didn't have to get longer stack screws. These stack screws I think are going to work just fine once I get everything in place. Now another thing that I usually do with my motor wires is I like to run them down, around, and under the stack screw, and then I like to come up. But since I'm doing these builds for ease of replacing parts and stuff like that on the fly, no pun intended, I think I'm just going to run the wires straight from the pad, from the race wire pad over to the pad. Okay, so I want to make sure that that's level as possible. What I'll do is I'll put some tension on the nuts to squish everything down just a little bit. But what I'm trying to avoid ultimately is the right here, the connector right there. I want to keep a small gap. You can see the gap. I want to keep a gap in there. I don't want it to touch. All right, so that looks pretty good. I'm kind of happy with that. I've got a nice gap in there. It's not too much, not too little. That's perfect. The ESC looks pretty, like it's sitting in there pretty level. You definitely want it to be level because you want the whole stack to be level, or as level as you can get it. So I'm just gonna tweak a few adjustments here real quick. It's almost there. I'm just gonna make a couple adjustments. This one is just a little too tight, a little too compressed. And I like it a lot. So you can see the gummies are a little squished, okay, but they're not overly squished. So there's still plenty of lateral movement there. Cool, I like it. So I'm gonna test fit the FC. I know that's not the main focus right now. I want to get the motors done, but I still want to do a test fit. Now, as you can see, there's not a lot of stack screw there. And I still have to put a VTX on here, okay? And that VTX is going to interfere with that pin header right there. So I got to get this down far enough. It'll have to be compressed. And it's starting to look like these gummies are too much for it. So I'm going to have to either A, put longer stack screws in, which was what I was trying to avoid. Or B, I take those nuts back off. That'll give me the clearance I need. So for the time being, I think that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull this back off, and we're going to start routing motor wires, because the ESC doesn't need to come back off. If I remove these nuts, which I think is what I'm going to do to give me the extra shank space I need, because the gummies on here are pretty long and they're stiff. So I'm going to pull those off. That'll give me that extra space that I need up here. I think that should work, but right now we're going to put the motor wires on. All right. Uh-oh. Oh, I forgot to do a motor. Did I forget to do that, or did they break off? No, I forgot to put those on. Crap. My bad. Did I really forget to do a motor? No. Those did not break off, right? Okay. No, I just forgot to do it. That scared me for a second there. I thought I broke my solder joints or something. And back on. Off, on, off, on, off, on. That's all about building, or at least in my world of building. It's actually been, I haven't built a quad, I think, all winter until now. I decided to hold off on the building because I decided I didn't need 15 fucking different goddamn quads with fucking 30 different goddamn types of components in them. Now, man, the solder's so hot that it stays eutectic for a second. That's kind of a little annoying. Now I'm going to double check these with this magnifying glass. They look pretty good, except for that middle one. I'm not too happy with that middle one, so I'm going to go ahead and hit that one again. I'm going to pull off the tape, though, because it was melting and it stinks. And I'm going to hit that middle one more time. Just reflow the solder. I think the tape was in the way and it was kind of soaking in some of the heat or what have you. All right, that's not bad. Give a little tug. Oh wait, give a little tug. Okay. Nice. There's no bridging. We're good. All right, now we move forward. So with the race wire pretty much in place, I still have to. I'm going to pull the tape off all of these real quick. Yeah, I work nights, so I could go all night doing this. I wanted to. And I could probably have at least one quad fully built by the end of the night. By morning. I'd like to think I could. So there was a couple of these pads that I missed because the tape was covering them. That's what I'm doing now. All right. Okay. Now I am going to use this badass 3M double-sided tape. A little piece on each one of these to hold them down. I like that because I can cut that to the width. It's just a hair bit longer, but I can cut it to the width of the race wire and have the whole thing taped. So there's two things that I hope to accomplish by using race wire. I know that this quad, from not my own past experiences, but from things that I've seen from other people, these arms will snap right here. So what I'm hoping, and the reason they snap right here is because they're too narrow right here. The arm is too narrow. It looks really super cool. And these are 5mm thick arms, but it's too narrow right here. They need to be about another, at least 1, maybe 1.5mm wider to add a little bit of strength right here. And I think the added weight that you would get from doing that would be beneficial. I mean, in a way, it would suck to have the added weight, yes, but it's going to be beneficial for the durability and strength of the frame. Now, like I said, I haven't experienced that myself on this frame. I have broken 2 arms on my baby Wasp, and they both broke in the same spot, which was right here. And the original arms that did that to me were 3mm arms. I ended up getting 4mm arms, but that's just the thickness of them. That's how thick they are. So I got 4mm arms, and I haven't broke one yet. But I haven't been flying the baby Wasp that much lately either because I want to rebuild those. I have a 5-inch quad that I have a tendency to grab. Anytime I grab a quad, for some reason, I grab this quad, this particular quad, and I fly it. It somehow, for some reason, became my favorite. I don't know why, but it did. It just did. It was just a quad that I would always grab. So it's the one that I beat the shit out of. It has held up. The frame has held up. I've just now replaced the motors for the first time. I replaced the bearings in the motors a few times. But my last crash smashed the shaft down into the bearing. I think it crushed the bearing. So I figured it was time to get some new motors. They were brother hobbies. They were nice and everything, but I'm still in a learning phase of flying and crashing a lot, which is the reason I don't want to be using expensive components. Like, I don't need a fucking $20, $25 fucking motor when a $13 fucking motor will do the same goddamn thing that the $25 motor do. Is there a performance difference? Yes, but it's so negligible that it's non-issue. Now, a lot of people like these Emax Eco II motors because of the cost of them and because they're actually a pretty good product for the price. This is the first time I've used them. I now have them on these two. I'll have them on these 2 quads, and the one that I just replaced the motors on has them now also. And a lot of the people that don't like the Eco or the Emax Eco IIs are because of the windings. The windings aren't that pretty. Well, who gives a shit? All that matters is that the windings are all equal in length and windings and in thickness. That's what matters. The prettiness ain't going to do shit. Yes, you do want uniformity. It will have some minor effect, but it's negligible in our case. Okay, negligible. So for $13, I'd rather kill a $13 motor than a $25 motor. So because I'm still learning and I want to learn bandos and proximity and shit like that, that's where I'm going to start destroying stuff. That's what happened to my other one. I crashed into some concrete, man. Concrete is very unforgiving for these things. Audra May, who are you talking to? That's my daughter. All right, uno más. One more. 3 down, 1 to go. When I bought these motors, I bought 10 of them, so I bought 2 spares. So I can literally crash a quad, fuck it up, have another one to crash, depending on what I fuck up. I can either swap a motor out from quad to quad, or I can add a new motor. I can swap out an entire arm, swap one arm of the quad to another arm of the quad. You know, I also have a couple of additional arms. But I wish I would have done this from the beginning, but that's not the way it worked out, and I'm okay with that. I really am. All right, guys, so now we do motor wires. This part is usually what takes me a while too, because like I said, I like to be real nice and neat, and I like to run my wires under here. A lot of guys come up top and go like that. I've never done that. It looks cool, but at the same time, I go underneath and I keep all the wires like this, one after another, like a waterfall, and I keep them flat, just like that. All 3 of them together is what I usually do, and then I go around and then I come out and I solder to it. I'm not going to do that this time. What we're going to do is we're going to go straight from the pad of the LED, race wire, and as neatly as possible, we'll flow each wire over to the pad. And here's where I was conflicted with this. I wanted to go underneath, like I was just explaining, with each one of my wires to add a little bit of length to the wire, to add, remember when I was talking about the arm snapping here, and I wanted to have a little bit of play. You know, I think that's one beneficial thing of the race wire. It may be or it may not be. I don't know. I'm going to find out, though, is that when the arm breaks, that there's enough play between the wire and the motor that it doesn't rip the wire out of the motor or rip a pad off the ESC. That's what I was trying to go for. But at the same time, I want to try something different, because I know motors introduce a lot of vibration and a lot of noise. So I'm thinking that if we go nice and neatly, something like this, to each pad, we will eliminate any additional wire that may introduce any additional noise, or any noise, period, even though it was underneath the ESC, and it will be shielded. I still think this is the route we're going to go. And like I said, all right, well, let's do it. Here we go. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to attach all the wires to the race wire, and then I'll come back and do each individual ESC pad. This is going to be a little time consuming because of the neatness that I'm going to, I'm going to do the best I can to make it as neat as possible. So it is going to be time consuming. It is what it is. trying to do this where I can do what I need to do without being in the way of you seeing what I want you to see. I'm not happy with that solder joint. It looks like a cold joint. And it's probably because I got the fan on above me. Probably gonna have to turn it off. Perfect. I mean, I say perfect. It's not perfect, but it's nice. I can live with it. So who's my one viewer? I only have one viewer. That's a little disappointing, but I'm glad I have one viewer. Who are you? I really thought I was going to have a little more viewers. I had people say they were excited. They came in, checked it out. I guess I give them credit for that. I was excited. My first live stream. Oh, you know what? I forgot to add my own solder to that. That's why that looks like shit. And that's what's going on. Is I'm using these ends that have the leaded or the unleaded solder on them, and I think it doesn't want to mix well with the leaded solder. So that's not a problem. We can fix that. That's a quick solution. A little snip, a little strip. A little tin. Yeah, there we go. This is sometimes where you need an extra hand or two. I'm having a little bit of a hard time here. I'm not real sure why. Okay. God damn it. All right, cool. I live with that. They are not terrible. they're not terrible. I've seen Joshua Bardwell's solders on his live streams, and his soldering is nothing to brag about either. So. Man, it gets hot fast. It's real hot. God damn it. I gotta move some of this stuff over here. It's in my way. It's in my way. There's a little bridge there to that little capacitor, but I don't think it matters because it's on that trace. Shouldn't matter. What I need to do though, oh wait, never mind, that ain't gonna work. Cannot do a continuity check between motor wires because they are internally connected, so you're gonna get continuity. But I'm checking them with a magnifying glass, and they look good. The only bridge I see is from the solder ball to the capacitor, but it's the capacitor for that trace, so it should be okay. But I'm going to go ahead and hit it one more time, see if I can pull that solder away. All right. Well, I'll bust out the solder sucker. I'm going to pull that little ball off, and we're going to start over on that part, on that pad. Cool. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, this is copper braid, remove solder. I had the hellest of a time trying to figure out how to use this stuff. Then one day I was like, flux it. So I put some flux on my braid, put the braid on the copper, on the solder, applied some heat. Bam, we'll suck it in like a sponge quicker than shit. So now I've got the solder blob that I was just slightly concerned of off of that capacitor and off the pad entirely. So I'm going to start over. Just with this one pad, not entirely. I'm going to get solder on here. Hopefully I get a nice blob. Okay, I like it. I don't know what's going on with the solder on this wire either. It might be some of that leaded, unleaded shit still in the wire. It's causing me problems. Oh yeah, just soaked it right in like a sponge. Booyah! All right. Well, that was perfect. Damn, that's the best looking one I got. I like it. So, moving along. We got one done. Well, it took like, what, 45 minutes? I'm joking. It did take a while. That's just fucking around with this. I'm going to go ahead and prep these 3 wires instead of doing them one at a time. So I'm just cutting out the old factory solder and stripping it so that I can add back my own. Oh, sorry, my knuckle was in the way. All right. Shouldn't have any problems with these, I hope. All right, I'll go front left, front right, I mean. Motor number, oh, no. That's motor number 4. All right, we'll go motor number 2. Oh, that's a good joint. I likes it. Keep going. Good joint, good joint. That is a good joint. Yeah, buddy. It's not the joint I'd like to have, but it's a good joint anyway. I like those. Oh, I better take another second look at that one. Nope, I don't like that. Don't like it. Doesn't seem to have enough solder on it. Let's see if we can add a little bit of solder. Feed some solder to it while we're heating it up. Don't need much. Boom. Like it. Moving along. Strip the next 3. right. So I'm going to go ahead and do the next 3 as well. Fuck it, why not? I don't know who my one viewer is, but I appreciate it. It's probably my girlfriend. I really thought I'd have a little bit more of an audience than I do. Can't say I'm not just a little bit disappointed. But at least most of the people said they would watch, or at least a couple of them did show up and make an appearance. They didn't stick around, but that's okay. FPVers have a short attention span. You got to catch their attention 1 minute at a time. And we've been in this live stream for 3 hours and 10 minutes right now, so yeah. Trying to make that stand up so I can guys, I gotta clear some space here real quick. This shit's getting on my nerves. I gotta move these motors for the other in this frame. All these damn screws. I'm glad to have so many extra screws. Can always use extra screws. So, oh, and I almost forgot something. I'm glad I just saw that. I was almost gonna forget these things, guys. I'll finish that up. I'll put those on just as soon as we get these last few wires on. All right. My wire here from my soldering iron, like, literally snags on everything. And it makes it a little bit irritating. I can't wait to get moved and get my new setup. So for one of you that just joined, if you can't tell, what we're doing is we're soldering up some motors. We got the motors installed. We got the race wire installed. We got the ESC mounted. And now we're making a connection between all of that shit. So I would call an FC and the ESC probably what, like the heart. You call the ESC the heart. You can call the FC the brain. You got your arms. What the fuck do you call the motors? What would you call the motors? How would you personify the motors? I was trying to think of that the other day. How the fuck do you personify the motors? What would they be if they were human or robotic? Well, I guess a robot wouldn't have a heart or a brain, so they're personifying it into a human. So yeah, what would you call a motor? Okay, got a little too much solder on this and not enough heat, and you can see where it's trying to string off. It's all, maybe you can't see it too well. I gotta figure something out. focus the camera. There we go. Just had to hold it on there for a minute. Okay. All right. Now we move on to the last two. And oh, I gotta do it like that. I hope you can see that. All right, moving along. And we lost another viewer. In and out, in and out. Whatever. Whatever. You know what? I'm doing this really mostly for fun. I enjoy this hobby, like, thoroughly. I got into this hobby about 7 years ago, 2014. I built my first 3 drones. Didn't know jack diddly fucking squat. What I knew was my brother was like, dude, check this shit out. Next thing I know, I've got like $5,000 worth of shit, which was no problem at the time because I had so much disposable income. I didn't, you know, I had a lot of fucking shit tons of disposable income, so it was no problem. He introduced me. My brother's like, man, have you ever seen this? And I'm like, no. And he introduced me to it. Next thing I know, I'm fucking watching YouTube video after YouTube video of these drones, and I'm building, and I built 3. I don't know what size they were back in the day. They were pretty fucking big, I'll tell you that. And by today's standards, really big. I want to say the props were 10-inch props. I can't remember. They were bi-blades, but I feel like they were like 10 inches long. I could be wrong. They might have been 6. I don't remember. I had those quads up until 2018. My house burnt down, and I lost everything. It was a complete total loss. I lost my drones. I lost all of my art. We lost everything. I mean, fucking everything. We made it out of the house with the clothes we were wearing on our back, and that was it. This happened on July 2nd, 2018, my girlfriend's birthday morning. Her birthday's July 2nd. This happened at 2 o'clock in the fucking morning. My daughter woke up, came into our room and said, Daddy, I smell smoke. And I fucking sprung up out of bed like a goddamn, I was out of bed fast from shit, and I smelled the smoke. I ran down to see where the source of the smoke was coming from. And it was coming from the back of the house, from the deck area. And my deck was on fire, which when I opened the door to see what was going on, my house didn't have a hose. And I don't know if it was out of a panic or what. I started filling up a pitcher of water, okay? A pitcher of water, a motherfucking 2-quart pitcher of water. I filled it up, threw it on the fire out the door, and went back to the sink to do it again, okay? That didn't work. If I'd have had a water hose, if that house would have had a water hose, I might have been able to save my home. And it was a duplex, so it wasn't just my home, it was my neighbor's home as well. My neighbor had to jump out the 2nd story window of her where her bedroom was at. It was on the 2nd story. It was a 2-story building, and she had to jump out of the window to save her life because for some reason she couldn't get down her stairs, which led straight out the door. And I've got a solder bridge right there. Boom. And so she jumped out the window from her 2nd story, broke her elbow on the way down on the air conditioner. She hit it on the window unit on the way down. Got her to safety, and within 2 minutes, if that, it exploded. The propane tank on my grill was sitting on my back deck in the fire. Now, my grill was not the cause of the fire. Actually, we don't know what the cause of the fire was. They never determined it, which sucks. But the gas grill heated up to the point where the propane tank exploded. The pressure relief valve on the propane tank failed. There's a pressure relief valve on those specifically for that to keep them from exploding, and it did just that. It blew up, and when it blew up, it just fucking blew the house up. Like, and I don't mean like movie style blow up where every stick and wall goes flying, but it blew all the windows out. and it just engulfed the entire fucking house in an instant. It was crazy. And this all happened within a matter of minutes of us getting up and getting out of the house. I got out of the house, my daughter got out of the house, my girlfriend got out of the house, my dog got out of the house, I got my keys and my wallet. And that's what survived the fire. That's it. And it took us, this was 2018, here it is 2021, and we are now buying our first house. It's awesome. Can't wait. But that 2 years was rough because I decided to go back to school. In the meantime, I went to school at 41 fucking years old, decided to go back to school, went to school, graduated with honors, got a fucking degree. Now I'm stuck at a goddamn dead-end fucking job with a fucking degree because I don't enjoy my job. I went to school to get my, went to a trade school. I'm an electrician. And the first job that I got right out of school was an industrial maintenance job, okay? I wanted to go into the industrial side of the electrical because that's where a lot of the money was. It's where some of the unions are at, so I thought I was doing something good. And God damn it, I can't get that solder to hit right. I was grateful to have a job right out of school because I graduated in February last year, 2020. And in March, the political scandal of COVID-19 hit. So I'm happy that I got a job, and I've been there ever since, but I fucking hate it because I'm an electrician and I don't do electrical work. I push motherfucking grease and change bearings and replace belts, and I'm fucking sick of that shit. And the part that gets me is that they came to my school, electrical trade school, looking for an electrician to work as a mechanic. It's a little bit irritating. So now that I bought my house, haven't moved yet, we're getting ready to on the 17th. I'm going to start looking for a new company that will, you know, use my fucking skill set. Sorry, I keep rotating that. I'm trying to get it to where I can work with it and you can see it. And I know what's going on here isn't exactly the best situation. I'm trying to make it work. For that one of you diehard motherfuckers that's been hanging on this whole time, I really appreciate it. I still wish I knew who you were. So, all right, I'm liking these solder joints for some reason. Well, I was having a hard time with that one. And I think the only issue I was really having with it was the wire staying in its spot. It kept sliding over on the pad, and I didn't like that. So, that's why I did it like 4 or 5 fucking times while I was talking to you. But anyways, so in my new house, when I get set up, we got a 3-bedroom. Just like this house, it's a 3-bedroom, but there's only 3 of us, me, my girlfriend, and our kid. So the 3rd bedroom is just a bonus room for us. And now it's considered a drone room for us, for me. My girlfriend has accepted it. FPV has become life. It's not going anywhere. She knows that. I was pretty diehard into my RC cars too for a while there, and then when I lost them all in the fire, when I decided to get back into the RC hobby, I decided this time I wanted to go FPV strictly. And I'm glad that I did, because like I said, those 3 quads that I built back in 2014, those were line of sight quads. Actually, they were FPV quads. They were fully set up for FPV. I was scared to FPV because I tried it once and I ended up in a damn tree. Like my first time I ever did it. Wasn't bad. Wasn't a bad wreck. Wasn't a hard tree to climb. But my GoPro was the camera, was the eye. It was a GoPro 3. My GoPro was connected to the VTX, and I guess using the GoPro, there's a lot of latency, I guess, you know, so back then I didn't really know, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It was in the beginning shit of drones, so I wish I'd have stuck with it this whole time, because I was just looking through some like Mr. Steele's videos, and he started like 6 years ago, so that means I started before he did. But he got into the, you know, some of these other older guys started around the same time that me and my brother did. And if we had stuck with it this whole time, I imagine I'd be a lot better pilot and be a lot more knowledgeable than I am now. But I have soaked up a good bit of my knowledge since I've started doing this. All right, so now we got all our wires run or installed for the race wire and the motors. Now what we do is carefully and neatly figure out how we're going to route all these motherfuckers the way we want them to look cool. I can't stand it when I see a quad and they're like, oh, look at my quad, and their wires are all like, you know, just all, what the fuck is that shit, dude? Take a little bit of pride in your work. And so, again, I know that this is a beater quad. I'm going to beat the shit out of it. I'm going to tear it up, and the reason everything is the way it is for ease of replacement and repairability. So, but I still don't want to lack neatness for repairability because it's not necessary. You can still do it. You just have to be creative. Now, how do I want to do this? I will probably throw a zip tie right here. I'm not fond of that. I don't like using zip ties, but I also don't want wires flopping around. And I'm going to need it at least to hold the wires to do what I got to do. So I'm going to cinch these down real quick. See what I did? Trying to keep it as neat as possible. 1, 2, 3. You know, I want my wires tight, look nice. Remember, if you were not here in the beginning, these are flush cuts. These things, if you don't have a pair, get a fucking pair. They're perfect for many tasks, including flush cutting zip ties that won't cut you and slice you open. Now, I am not going for, because I don't know if I'm going to keep the zip ties or not. I'm just slapping them on there right now, just as a restraint to hold my wires so I can work with them without putting too much stress on the solder joints. So anyway, I was trying to kind of hold off on that because that's a whole nother freaking hobby, and I'm still trying to learn a lot of things with this. But I'm ready to take that on because I am tired of needing 3D printed parts and having to rely on someone else to do it. So I had a guy present me with a pretty decent deal on a used machine. Unfortunately, the machine is a knockoff of a Prusa. So if you're familiar with that, it is a ANET A8 or something like that. It's a Prusa knockoff. Prusa. Anyways, but for $75, you know, for the machine that's already been partially upgraded, I'm okay with that. It's not going to be an industrial. It's not going to be. I'm not going to be printing fucking all day, all night, nonstop to make money. I'm just going to be printing quad feet and camera mounts for my own quads. That's it. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. I'm getting excited about that. All right. I am not too happy with the way that particular wire grouping looks, but I can live with it. See what I'm talking about? The space here. I don't fucking like that shit, but I'm gonna live with it. Can I fix it? Yeah, I can fix it. Am I that concerned about it? Not really. I lied. I'm concerned about that solder joint. I think that's the one I fucked with forever. We're gonna hit that again. That'll probably fix this. So. Sorry for the arm in the way. I wasn't paying attention. Apologize. Okay, that'll work. All right. Snip it, snip it, snip it. One down, one left, I mean. Oh, fuck me, guys. You know what I did? I am so glad I caught that. Oh my God, I'm glad I caught that. And I almost fucked up, guys. You almost let me. I did fuck up. Damn it. You know what? I was going to put this on, and I forgot. But I think because I already stuck the double-sided tape. All right, not a big deal. It's a minor fuck up, minor inconvenience. I apologize. It's more shit you guys got to watch me do, but at the same time, that's the whole purpose of this. You guys get to see, you know, our build is not perfect. I mean, I don't give a shit how long you've been doing this. I'm unless you just slap your shit together, it takes a while. So. All right. This double-sided tape is pretty sweet too, because if you know those 3M command strips, you attach to your wall and then you pull them and they stretch, and as they stretch, they come undone. Yep, this shit does the same thing. All you got to do is get a hold of it, get a good grip of it, and start pulling on it, and it'll fucking come undone like a command strip. It's really super convenient. Because if you use that white stuff, you know, that white double-sided tape, that shit's nasty, man. Once it sticks, it's fucking, you try to peel that off and it's all fucked up. All right, I can't believe you guys let me forget that. It's all your fault. See, watch. I can show you. Just grab a hold of it, give it a stretch. Boop. Comes off clean, no residue, nothing to scrape. Just fucking comes off clean. Oh, duh. I'm sitting there trying to pick it up, but it's still stuck. Oops. I need to smoke. That's what it is. I need to smoke. All right. All right. So, doing these race wires certainly adds a good bit of time to the build for sure. Cool. Now that I fixed that fuck up, so I'm just going to shrink this. I don't think you're going to be able to see me do it, but I'm going to shrink this real quick. Oh man, that shit shrinks up real good. Dang. It just said. I need a heat gun. I thought about getting one. That would make this process a little bit better in my opinion. Hey Taco. Sorry, are you still here? So you enjoyed the build aspect of it more, right? That's awesome. I really thoroughly enjoy building too. And when I first started, I bought a drone lot from this guy named Brandon Kahn. Maybe you guys heard of his name. I don't know. Anyway, pretty cool guy. He had a drone lot. It had it had everything. It had goggles, a transmitter, good stuff too. Good stuff. It was not cheap shit. All right. I bought my drone lot for him, and he had one drone built that flew. It was a Shen drone Squirt, and I flew the shit out of it when I first got it because it was the only drone I had built that flew. So I flew it. Okay, and then there was one that was partially built. All it had was motors and ESC, and that's the one that I fly every day. So that was also the first one that I finished building. I completed that build, and I enjoyed the shit out of it. And then I had oh my God, I had enough components and frames to build 5 or 6 more quads that was included in the lot. So I spent a lot of time building it first and not as much flying, and I really thoroughly enjoy building a lot. I really love building. I really love flying too. Flying's a little bit, it's extremely fun. But the build aspect is quite fun. And when I first started doing it too, I was like, I think I like building more than I like flying. But that's only because I wasn't that good at flying yet. And I'm not saying I'm great at flying yet, but I have gotten better. And I thoroughly enjoy it. But I also enjoy the build aspect. It is super cool. Is it better to have 4 ESCs than one? And why you pick those parts? Yep, what's up? Okay, Taco. So the difference between a 4-in-1 and individual ESCs, I think in this day and age, is going to be a personal preference for a couple of different reasons. A 4-in-1, okay, without race wires, if you just run straight wires, even with the race wires, whatever. 4-in-1, you lose a little bit of weight. You get a little bit of weight reduction because all your components are in one board and they're one centralized board, one centralized location. Now that is the other hand, because if you have an ESC go bad, now you can't just replace the single ESC, you got to replace the entire fucking stack. Or, I mean, you know, there's workarounds. Yeah, you can throw an individual ESC in there and get around it like that. But I think it's a personal preference, Taco, as to whether or not you want to go with individuals or 4-in-1. Now, I do have a set of individuals that I was considering using in a build, and I may still do that somewhere else along the line. I chose my components because these particular components because I like the stack. You know, I like the idea of the stack with individual components, individual ESCs. You still have to have either a PDB or an AIO. And if you have the PDB, you still essentially have a stack. You know what I mean? So you still have the weight of the individual ESCs, you have the weight of the PDB, and then you still have your FC and all that shit. Now, if you get an AIO that it takes individual ESCs, then you cut out the PDB. So you do essentially lose a little bit of weight there, but really all it comes down to, Taco, is convenience, price, and weight. I think, if you ask me, that's my opinion. And you did ask me. Thank you. And that's my opinion of it. So I am not against for or against either way, man. I like individuality, and you know, I think it's cool that there's different things you can do to customize your own builds in a certain way that, you know, maybe not everybody else does, which is cool. And that's what a lot of people do with TPU. You know, they throw all this TPU on there to customize their build to give them this flare. And don't get me wrong, that's awesome. It looks great. And TPU isn't super heavy, but it is weight. It does add up. Not to mention the drag. But I think that's one of the coolest things about these quads is that you can customize them in any way you want, well, with what you have to work with, and fly the motherfuckers. I mean, you just fly them, and you just got this work of art that you got all your time and energy into, that you take a lot of pride in, flying around looking cool. All right, I got one last piece here. God. Oh, Taco, what part of Mexico are you from? I'm from Texas originally. I currently reside in the state of Pennsylvania, but I'm from Texas, so. Pachuca? Pachuca. Pachuca, okay. Okay, cool. So, were you born and raised in Mexico? You clearly speak English and understand it and can write it. That's awesome. Or is it translated? No, can't translate my voice, can it? More or less, okay. Poquito English. All right, we got our motors in, we got our ESC in. Now it's time to tie the race wire to the ESCs. And then I think we're going to stop here, at least on this one. If you guys want to stick around, we will start doing the same thing on the next one. Or we can continue on, whatever you guys want to do. I didn't think I would, I figured I'd run for a couple hours, and then I knew trying to get 2 quads built in one session was quite an ambitious project, but I thought I'd try. And then I quickly realized that probably was not going to happen. So, and it's not. Oh, they teach you English in school. That's cool, man. That's cool. Mandatory. Like Russia, Ukraine, you know, some of the European countries, they do the same thing. They make it mandatory for students to learn English, and they have to learn the English language for whatever reason. They also have to do 2 years of military. It's just something they have to do over there, or at least that's what I've been told. Man, I'm not that talented. I wish I could build a drone with each hand. That'd be cool. I say not that talented. I can't say that I'm even talented at all. So I guess my thumbnail could have been misleading for that, and well, that's not what I meant. I apologize. I didn't mean it that way. Hell, I can't. I think if I were not sitting here doing all these race wire and stuff like that, I probably could have had this quad built already. But to be honest, I'm having a good time. Whether you guys are or not, you know, I am. I was a little nervous at first, I'm not going to lie. But I kind of like this. I still don't know who that other viewer is. Probably somebody just got their shit on, just letting it play. Is it you, Norm? You said you were going to let it go at work. I know I had a friend that is not into FPV. I cannot get him into FPV. I wish I could, but he won't do it. He'd rather build model cars. Building model cars is okay, but it's really not satisfying, because when you get done building a model car, what the fuck do you do with it? You sit there and look at it. What fun is that? So I don't get a lot of pleasure in building model cars. I like building models that you could fucking play with when you're done. And like, all right, I need a goddamn cigarette pretty bad, so I am going to break my rules again and smoke in the house again, so I'll have to get up and walk away from the live stream. I would hate to do that, come back and have no audience. Not that I have much fun now. I really thank you, Taco. I'm glad you're sticking around, buddy. If you go, hey, I'm not going to be mad. It is what it is, you know. All right. Yeah, even though, Taco, even though you recorded it, you know that you still have an audience, you know? And I think that's the nervous part about it. I mean, the audience might not be live, but they're going to still be watching, you know? So it's still like when you're talking to the camera or into the camera, it's still like somebody's sitting there watching you. It may not be at that very instant in time, but yeah, when I very first started, I've been doing this for almost 4 hours now. When I first started at 8 p.m., I was kind of shaking pretty bad. And I was like, holy crap, I know they can see my hands shaking when I'm trying to solder. All right, so I'm going to try to do this as neatly as possible, as nice and neatly as possible, and I'm kind of trying to decide how I want to do it. I think that's fucking ugly. I don't want my fucking wires hanging out off my frame. That's not cool at all. So what if, no, I don't want to, man, that'd be the way to do it. Wrap it around. Damn, that would be the way to do it. What do you think? So normally I run my wires around the stack screw like this, but underneath the ESC, and I come up from underneath and solder here. I don't want to do that this time. I want to do something different. Most people go over the top and around like this in a cascading waterfall style, and it does look neat. It's pretty clean. But what I'm afraid of is the introduction of the noise that's going to bring, and I don't know if I want to do that. Plus, that's going to make it more difficult for quick swap. Well, no, because my swap will happen here. My swap will happen here and not here. Well, what if I go like this? You can't see that, can you? Crap. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. See the first wire here? How can I get that up so you guys can see? I'm thinking of bringing the first wire to the first pad, which typically this wire here, depending on how you did it, might go to this pad. So I'm thinking about doing that, bringing the second wire right over top of it to the next pad, and bringing the third wire over top of that to the next pad, something like that. What do you guys think about that? Can't fucking see, can you? Oh, you can see. It's just backwards from the way I see it. Okay, so I don't know if I like that or not. All right, I gotta take a second to look at this and think about it. And this is where the time consumption comes in when I do a build, because I like to sit back and think about how I want to do it and look at it. But I also want to do something different than what I normally do. You see what I'm going for? I don't think I like it, though. I don't think I like it. It's not neat enough. Well, here's what we're going to do. I made a decision. I'm going to go over the top, like I said I didn't want to do, but that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go over the top and wrap it around the stack screw, like so. All right, I'm going to do that with each one, and I'm going to keep them in concentric, one right outside the next. Try to keep them as tight as I can. I got to leave a little bit of slack in here, so if the arm breaks, there's a little bit of movement in the wire, and it doesn't, you know, jerk it off the jerk a pad off. I have not had that happen yet, so, and I don't want it to happen. All right, so bear with me. You may not be able to see what I'm doing, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to route these wires the way I want, and I'm going to start snipping and stripping. Taco, how'd you come across my live stream, man? Did you see one of my posts? Okay, I think for me to do this the way I want to do it, I'm going to have to strip and solder each individual wire as I go to keep it as neat as I can. So here we go. Okay. Yeah, I posted in beginners, FPV builders, and another one. So thanks for coming and checking it out, dude. I appreciate it, man. You know, this is, like I said, it's strictly for, I'm not monetized or anything like that. I don't have a Patreon, so I'm not asking for money. And this is just for, I guess, fun, you know. Maybe if somebody else that doesn't know what they're doing wanted to join in and see what was going on, they could. But like I said, I have an audience of 2. That's okay. Taco, what kind of quad are you flying, my man? So what I'm trying to do is get this first wire to wrap around the stack screw. I got it on there. Nice, Xylo. Okay, cool deal. That seems to be a very popular platform right now, especially for beginners. So that's pretty cool. Did you have any issues with your build, like any gremlins in your electronics or anything like that? Because I know some people have had some issues with things. And I think it comes down to quality control. And I'm not happy with that solder joint, so I got to hit that again. I think I'm going to hit it with some solder. Get something to quickly hold it down with. Okay, I'm ready to go. Here we go. Hit that. Feed some solder into it. Not much, just a little. Okay, that's a pretty good joint. I can live with that. So now I will run the next wire right along behind it as tight as I can up against it in the same shape as the one before it, to try to keep everything uniform. And I am not All right. I'm getting in y'all's way. I apologize. I got to do this with both hands. I'm right-handed. Cool. Got my length to the right pad, and now we snip. Yes, I'm soldering over top of my ESC. That is not the best way to do things. Do you like the CLRacing? Or do you have enough experience with it to have an opinion? And what kind of problems were you having? What were they? Were they electrical problems with the components that were provided in the kit? I'm just curious. Did I suppose you got that kit from GetFPV? Did GetFPV do anything to, you know, rectify the situation? So I'm having a little bit of an issue with my solder here because I think the solder is pushing through the holes. So I'm going to feed a little bit of solder onto the joint. Oh, you bitch. Okay. It doesn't have a big ball of shiny solder, but the solder itself is shiny and it's a good joint, so I can live with that. Now, we are on to the final wire of this motor. Oh, you bought it from Banggood. Ah, well, that's still most likely would have came through GetFPV, because I think that's an exclusive deal that JB has with GetFPV, and GetFPV probably provides some of their stock too. Banggood. That's weird. That's really weird. At least you have Pyrodrone, man. Pyrodrone is definitely one of the good ones, you know. In my opinion, Pyrodrone and RDQ are my two go-to vendors. Again, as I stated before, you know, Pyrodrone's on the left coast and RDQ's on the right coast. So, you know, sometimes one will have something that the other does. RDQ doesn't carry TBS products. So if I put in an order with RDQ and I need a TBS product, well, then I have to put an order in with Pyrodrone too. I'm okay with that. And the funny thing is I'm on the East Coast in Pennsylvania. RDQ, Race Day Quads, is also on the East Coast in Florida. And Pyrodrone is on the West Coast in California. But yet my deliveries from either one of those places is almost the fucking same amount of time from either which one. So I typically tend to go with RDQ because it's on the same side of the country as me. Like I said, there are things where I have to go to Power Drone, and they're both great companies. I love them both. So I don't have anything bad to say about either company. I don't have anything bad to say about it, Get FPV, except for that I found when I first started, when I got into this, when I very first got into it, just like a bunch of newbies right now are experiencing a shortage. I mean, we're actually experiencing a shortage, but when I got into it, everything was just out of stock. It wasn't a shortage, it was just out of freaking stock. So then all of a sudden everything come back into stock. And I've noticed that things will come into stock and almost leave stock just as quickly as they come in. All right. That's not terribly ugly. I like that. I can live with that. It's not as tight as I was trying to keep it. I'm sorry. Everything with the camera is backwards, so when I move one way, it goes the opposite way, but I think it's going to go. But not too bad. I can live with it. I'm not super stoked about it, but I can live with it. Thanks, dude. How old are you, Taco? Cool. I'm 43. What got you into FPV? What did you see or hear that made you say, I got to do this? Tell me. What got you into it? I'm 43. I don't know the name of the frame, but when I first got into this and my brother was showing it to me, he introduced me to it. He was showing me these waterproof quads that could fly in water. I don't mean fly in water, but you know what I mean, dip down into the water and then come out. And it was I don't know what the name of the frame is. It almost looked like a DJI type of frame, like a DJI Phantom type of frame. And I thought that was really cool. But my brother was the one that got me into it. Didn't even know it existed, man. First time my brother told me about 3D printing, I was like, you're a fucking liar. You can't print objects. You can print on paper. You can't print an object. I was wrong. I did not know that that was a thing. That was a thing. And this was back in 2014. That is not a beautiful solder. I think I'm going to hit it one more time. Ha ha ha, that's funny, Taco. That's you're a psychologist, huh? That's pretty cool, dude. That's a pretty respectable profession, dude. That takes a lot of time and schooling to do that. So, and now you're interested in programming and electronics. That's awesome, though. See, I'm an electrician. I went to school to be an electrician, and then I started doing this, this last year. I got into this hard and heavy, and I started thinking, fuck, I should have went into electronics. I like being an electrician, don't get me wrong, and doing electrical work, but I like electronics more, I think. You know what I mean? Still electrical. It's just on a different, a little different field. I think I'm gonna have to shit. I just made a solder bridge in between two motor pads. No big deal. That's an easy fix. Watch this. What is going on with my soldering iron? I feel like I'm losing heat for some reason. All right, it's hot. She hot. All right, I got my solder bridge. Okay, got it. I'm not using flux. I'm about to though. I am about to. The solder has flux in it. It's a rosin core, but I'm not liking what it's doing. So I am going to add some flux to see if that helps with what I'm experiencing right now. Yeah. I don't have a flux pen. I have this gooey stuff. So it works pretty good. Before I bought leaded solder, I was using the unleaded solder, and I was having one hell of a time. And then I got some flux, which made it easier. It definitely made it easier. But I still had a hard time with it, so I went and got some leaded solder, 6730 or 6337, and that helped quite a bit. All right, so you see I got a little bit of flux on there, not a whole lot. All right, those are pretty good. Those are looking pretty good. Pretty good. So, except that's not the side I was fucking working on. God damn it. I rotated my quad and got sidetracked, I guess. Whatever. So what are you doing right now, dude? Are you building a drone, or you got to be doing something besides just sitting here watching me? I know a lot of times when I'm building or tinkering, I've got JB on, or I've got, Mark Spatz from UAV Tech on, or, now there's Chris Rosser, or I like to watch Bot Grinder. I've got I got a few pilots that I like to follow too, so I'll watch their videos, but I always like to have FPV stuff on in the background when I'm working. Except for now, I don't now because I don't want to get any copy strikes or anything like that. I would have liked to have had some JB, but I already got caught up on him. I watched both of his live streams and his JB and his Blunty News stream. I keep up with it every week, all three of them. Usually watch it while I'm at work. All right. Bam. Those are some nice looking solder balls. Woo! Okay. Now, this is where the ambidextrousness comes in. Oh, man. Damn, that's the best looking solder out of all of them so far. Cool. And we push forward. Next. So once I get these all done and lined up the way I like them, I think I probably will add a small zip tie to keep the wires the way I like them, nice and neat. Long the zip tie isn't bouncing around, vibrating on everything. Fox magic, yep. Yep. So, Taco, you taking any courses or anything? Or you just like YouTubing it for your electronics? I need a third hand. YouTube University. I like it, dude. I like it. That's funny. YouTube University. Excuse me, I apologize. Oh man, son of a bitch, that's beautiful. I think I'm gonna have to go back and hit the other ones with some flux, because I used flux originally when I put the solder balls on, but man, holy crap. Sorry, I'm just lining this wire up to the pad so I can cut it off. And I realize I'm blocking the view, I apologize. But I'm just cutting and stripping right now. Oh yeah, man. Dang. Dang, those are nice looking. I like those. I wish I could man, it won't focus in. Pretty decent looking. I'm happy with those. Now let me see what I can do for wire management for these two that I got connected already. I don't want the wires loose. Years ago, I was a pipeliner for 11 years, and prior to that, I did communications. I installed network systems and stuff like that, phone systems, computer networks and stuff like that. I was really good at it. I really enjoyed it. It just didn't pay worth a shit, so I didn't stick with it, especially when the pipeline jobs came around paying, like 3-4 times the. I went from making like $20,000-$30,000 a year to $120,000 a year. I don't make that anymore because I do something different now. But before I got into the pipelining and I was doing the network, have you ever seen like in a network room where all the cables come out of the ceiling and then they come down the ceiling, down the wall, maybe on a wire rack even, and they follow the wire rack and then they go inside a cabinet and then everything's terminated inside the cabinet. If it's a nice install, you can put your finger on one of those wires and follow it all the way back, the same wire all the way to the ceiling. So where it disappears up into the ceiling and then it no longer has any uniformity. Anyways, that's what I'm trying to go for here. I like to keep them all nice and neat, and I think I can live with that. I always try to keep everything uniform too. So like I put this zip tie on one way. Well, this zip tie is going to go on the exact same way so that it's the same. I'm a little anal when it comes to shit like that for some reason. I don't know if anal is the right word. Maybe a little OCD about certain stuff. Yeah, man, like a server room. You know what I'm talking about. I don't know why you deleted that, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like in a server room, they have all the racks or the cabinets with all the racks inside of them. That's what I used to do. I enjoyed it. I'd like to get back to doing it, but it just doesn't pay for shit. All right, guys, we got the two rear ESCs soldered up. So the two rear motors are done. No, you understood, man. You understood. And if I say something that you don't understand or say something in a way that you don't understand, man, don't hesitate to be like, yo, hey, motherfucker, explain yourself. Because I will. should have, I don't know. I was really torn. I kind of feel like I should have had one of these done already, but I feel like that was taking something away from it. But in hindsight, I kind of feel like I should have already had one of these done this far and then done the other one online or, you know, on live stream. But, oh well. I appreciate you hanging out, dude. What goggles am I using? I use Fat Shark HDOs. I'm analog. I'm not on the digital hype train yet. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I have put on a pair of DJI goggles, and I wish I would not have done that. The first chance that I had to do that, I passed it up because I didn't want to do that. And then the second chance I had to do it, I was like, hey man, you got some of that DJI digital view I can see? Huh? You want to share that with me? And the dude did. And I was like, holy shit, you can see every blade of grass. But I don't care, man. I still like my analog. I don't have a problem with it. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, yes, it does. It does have its issues, but so does digital. And I am going to hold out for Sharkbite. I know Sharkbite can get better, and I know it will get better. So I'm holding out for Sharkbite, and when it gets better, these motherfuckers are getting Sharkbite. So, yeah, man, I'm analog right now. I like it. I'm fine with it. You know, I can fly just fine. I mean, I don't need to see every hair on a fucking horse's ass as I fly by it. I just need to see the horse, you know? Now, my transmitter, cool, dude, cool. Well, I hope you learned something. I hope maybe if there's anything you learn from here, I mean, if you take away something, I hope you learn something, anything. I don't care what it is, anything. Hell, fucking teach me something, you know? I'll bet you could teach me something. And I don't like that joint. I don't like it at all. I'm going to put a little bit of flux back on that joint again. I'm going to hit this joint with some heat, and I'm going to feed it some solder. Well, maybe I won't. Let's just see what happens when I hit it with some flux and heat first. Okay, that's cool. It's not as pretty as the one prior to it, but it is definitely a very solid joint that I can live with. It's not a cold joint. Ah, shit, why did I do that? Ah, shit, I was just talking to myself. You didn't hear me, did you? I have not had more than 2 or 3 viewers at one time this whole time. be honest, I think I picked a bad time. 8 o'clock on a Friday night. Yeah, 8 o'clock on a Friday night. I think most people are going to be out doing something. So I think the timing on my part was bad, but that's okay. I mean, I don't have a life. I have to work and work and play with drones. Are you serious? We're getting over it. And in the state of Pennsylvania, on June 28th, no more masks. It's a good joint. I like it. I like the joint. So what does that mean for you, Taco? Because like I've seen like a lot of other people talk about pandemic and like they can't even go outside. Really? Are you serious? Like it's not that strict here to where we're not allowed to go outside. Are you getting the vaccine? You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. I'm not. I choose not to. But I also believe, me and my family, I used to be an Uber driver. While I drove for Uber and Lyft while I was going to school. So I worked a full-time job and put myself through school. And this was just a couple of years ago. And as a matter of fact, when I quit Ubering was when the pandemic started last March. That was the last time I Ubered. And I forgot the point of what I was getting at. It'll come back to me. They did the same thing here, Taco. They closed all of, they made all of the mom and pop shops close. You know, all the self-employed people had to close their businesses. But Home Depot, Lowe's, Walmart, you know, all the big chain stores and big chain restaurants were all allowed to stay open. But all the mom and pop shops, all the self-employed people had to close. And now that's caused the problems. That's caused lots of problems. People are losing their jobs, their lives, their businesses, their everything. I was fortunate enough that when the pandemic started back in March, I had just graduated school and I just started my job, my new job. I got a job like I graduated school on the weekend and I was working at my new job the next Monday. That's how quickly it happened. So I was thankful for that on the one hand, because I've been working this whole time I'm an essential employee, but not essential enough to get essential employee raises because we didn't work with the public. That's fine, whatever. But I went to work every day. Still went to work, still go to work. I've known people at work get sick. I've been around those people. I never got sick. Me and my girlfriend and my daughter all got sick. That's where I was going with this story. I was an Uber driver through school, and I was picking people up and dropping people off at the international airport in Pittsburgh on a pretty regular basis. And I know some of those people come from all kinds of different countries, including China. I know for a fact I had one guy in my car from China who had just come home from school because I did a lot of college students. Pittsburgh is nothing but so many colleges. And so I know there's one particular kid that I remember picking up. He was on his way home, or not, he was coming from home, China, back to school in Pittsburgh. So I feel without knowing for a fact, because we never got tested, me and my family already had this because we all had strange illnesses back in January before the pandemic was called a pandemic, before it was called whatever it is. And my girlfriend has worked directly with COVID patients that died. I mean, she's a home health care aide, and one of her patients contracted coronavirus and died within 2 weeks. It was kind of crazy, and she was, right there by his side. And she never got sick, and we never got sick. But the rest of the family that was also there did get sick. They didn't die. They didn't get deathly ill, but they did catch the corona. They did catch it. And they were tested positive for it. Yet we have not. Well, we haven't been tested, but we haven't had it, or at least no symptoms of it. You know what I mean? So we think, and we firmly believe, that we already had it back in January, because all three of us were very sick, and all three of us got very sick at different times. And chances are I brought it home from driving as an Uber driver and not knowing. Got my family sick. My daughter was sick. My daughter doesn't get sick, and she got really sick, was throwing up, all kinds of stuff. Fever that wouldn't break for 2 weeks almost. And then my girlfriend was like on her fucking deathbed in the bed for 2 weeks, dying. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but that's how she felt. That's how she explained it. That's how she described it. But she was really, really bad. Couldn't eat, couldn't drink, couldn't nothing, couldn't hold food, nothing. It was bad. So in the beginning of the live stream, I was talking about this piece right here. This is a piece that Mamba, this is a Mamba stack, and this is a piece that they include in their stack. It's like a Faraday cage. It's like it's an EMF shield, or an EMI shield, and it's a copper screen with a coating on it, and you solder on a ground wire right there. You solder that ground wire to your battery, and it's supposed to help with noise. That's crazy, man. That's crazy how it works. Somebody can be deathly ill, and the next person can have it and walk around and not even know it. And there's a guy at work that just came back last night. It was his first night back. He got it the other day. I asked him how he got it. He said he got it from his daughter from school or something like that. I can't remember. but he got it from his daughter. It just seems like the death of it is in extreme cases. I mean, or in elderly is what I mean. Not extreme. I shouldn't say extreme cases. It's in the elderly, mostly in the elderly and people with symptoms of some other disease that put their health in jeopardy already as it is. So I don't know, man. I don't want to get too political or anything like that. You know, if you're following with anything, they're finally coming out with the fact that they know it's man-made or that it is possibly man-made and escaped from the lab in Wuhan. And Dr. Fauci, Anthony Fauci's in a lot of trouble right now. All right, the issue I'm having right now is I'm trying to put a solder ball on this pad and the solder's pushing through the pad because it's got holes. It's pushing through the pad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put this wire on, and then I will feed it some solder because I can't get it to stop not going through that pad, through the holes in the pad. Glad your family's okay though, man. Everybody's okay though, right? All right. So I got it stuck on there. Let's see what it looks like. Nope, not happy with it. So, and I did use flux. I'm going to put a little bit more flux on it. And I am going to try to feed some solder into it. This is the one that's trying to feed the solder through the pad and underneath it. And so that's not helping me any. All right. That did the trick. That did it. Cool deal. Quad's got a little bit of weight to it now. It's funny, you put the motors in the ESC in and bam, all of a sudden it's got some weight to it. So, Taco, what kind of flying you like to do, man? Can you fly yet? What was what? Oh, flying. What kind of flying do you like to do? You know, are you able to fly an acro yet? Oh boy. I think, yes, since the beginning I followed the simulator. Good, good choice, man. Good choice. I try to do the simulator. My laptop will not fucking run a simulator. So I had to learn at the expense of my quad. That's okay. I bought a tiny whoop, and that's when I first got. That was the very first thing I bought was a tiny whoop. And after a month or so of flying that tiny whoop around in FPV and in acro, I came across this drone lot that I was talking about earlier and bought it. But that was another point I forgot about the story I was telling about earlier about my other quads. When I very first started learning back in 2014, I learned line of sight. I didn't learn FPV, although I did FPV a couple times. I learned line of sight, and it helped. So when I got my tiny whoop back in last July or August, I already kind of knew how the controls worked, you know. So that was helpful. I did try to get in the simulator. I did do the Tiny Whoop Go simulator, but it was boring. Damn, it's not a bad solder, but I don't like the way the wire's sitting on it. It's a good joint, but I don't like the joint, even though it's a good joint. Yeah, Taco, with drones, I try to. I'm gonna hit a couple more of these. I'm gonna hit some of these back over. I tried. What's the one on Steam? I tried to run DLR. No. Shit, which one is it? I can't remember now. And my computer just wouldn't do it. Just kept lagging and freezing. All right, that solder joint is not going to cut it. Lift off, yeah, that's the one. I couldn't get it to work on my computer. What the hell, man? These three joints are like, they're good joints, but they're flowed together, but they're ugly. So I'm gonna hit these and try and decide when I want to call it quits. There we go. Got him. Got him. Those are much nicer. I can live with that. There we go, boys. So we're getting there. I want to try to put this on. So, thanks, dude. Boom. All right. Like I said, I've never used one of these before. I've heard positive and negative things about them, but we're gonna try it because why not? It's there for a reason. They put it in there for a reason. So, I think it's time to change solder tips. So I got to shut this off, cool it down, change my tip. I don't think I can solder. Maybe I can. I better put a dab of. So this is cut resistant, but it's not heat resistant. So I'm putting the end of that right there on the tweezers to keep it from touching the pad. Yeah, I gotta change my tips. That tip's too damn fat. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All right, yeah, I'm gonna put that on. Put that on, and then I'll set this aside. So I don't think you guys were here earlier when I was doing this. Whoever's in here besides Taco. So on my ground, here's my ground, battery ground, okay? I added an additional wire. I don't know if you can see it. I have two wires that I added to my ground pad on my battery. one of these wires is going to connect to this. The other wire is going to connect to the ground, any ground, it doesn't matter what ground, just a ground onto the FC. That will provide a better path, a better current path from the SC back to the battery ground without having to go through the entire ground rail and without having to go through this tiny itty bitty little ground wire. So I've had positive experience with it in the past, helping to clean up video noise. So and that's why I do that. I had a quad that I was having problems with, and I don't know if when I did that actually fixed the problem or if something else fixed the fucking problem. But that's what I did. I did it to other quads, and those quads all have pretty good video. So I'm going to stick with it. All right. Good thing is my soldering iron heats up pretty damn fast. Oh. All right. Soldering iron's up to heat, up to temp. I'm going to try to put this bitch on. Put the solder on and I didn't damage it. So that's a positive. So from what I understand, like I stated before, this is a copper mesh and it has a coating on it. The copper mesh is going to be grounded to the battery ground. And if the coating is compromised on the copper mesh and it comes in contact with anything on the positive side, on the ESC or the bottom of the FC, you can get a short, a dead short, and we don't want that. And I've heard of people doing that. I don't know what caused it, how they did it, but I want to try this. So one thing I'm looking for, though, is a little bit of a spacing in there. That does concern me. I want there to be plenty of space and airflow. So what I may do is, as of right now, I've got it setting down on the plastic nuts that I'm using to hold the ESC in place, which if I remember correctly, I have to remove because my stack screws aren't long enough. So I'm going to have to remove these nuts because as of right now, they're just a holder. They're just holding everything together. If I leave them on there, my FC doesn't leave me enough space to put my VTX on. Plus I have to get clearance over top of this connector here. The VTX is hitting that. So I need a little bit more clearance. I don't have enough clearance there. I've got to remove those nuts. I think those nuts are going to give me the clearance I need. So without further ado, let's pull these bitches off. And what I'm going to do once I get the plastic nuts off is I'm going to put a couple of, or at least one rubber O-ring in its place. Which I have here. So I'll stick that on the stack screw. A little bit boring, sorry. This is the trials and tribulations of doing a build. You figure out what works, what you like. And that's the cool thing about this is that there's no one way to do it. You know, there's no rules. There's no there's no rules, but there are maybe some guidelines. But you know, you can do this however you need to do it to make it work. The thing is that when you got to take it apart, you got to remember how the fuck all that shit went back together. All right, now I'm going to place the stack back on and see what it looks like. And my screws are going to push through. I know they are. It gives me plenty of clearance in between the stack, I'm sorry, in between the flight control and the ESC. Okay, you can see the clearance in there. I'm still not sure if this is going to work. I still may need some longer stack screws to get this on here. I'm not sure how much these are going to compress down for me. So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and pull this back off. I might even have different gummies, which I do. Ooh, yes I do. So I think I'll put a different set of gummies in there. That will give me the, yeah, that's what we're going to do. All right, cool. So I'm going to put the, shield on there. I got to tin this wire that I already stripped, but I haven't tinned it yet, so. Oh, there's something I'm forgetting to do, and I got to do that before we continue. I got to, since I used flux and it was splattering, we got to account for that, so we don't call it short with the flux. And what we're going to do, alcohol. It's going to get an alcohol bath and toothbrush. Okay. If you don't have this in your arsenal of stuff, you need to get it at the canned air. You should have a can in your toolbox, a can on your bench. Probably sound like shit, I'm sorry. All right. Cool. Now we're ready to move forward. But again, since we're making changes to everything, we've got to double check, check, and double check. So the clearance that I now have still isn't bad. And the wires, the way I ran the motor wires, will actually keep the shield from touching any components. So we should be good. All right, it's a success. Well, at least the connection anyways. I don't know if it's a success yet, but it's successfully. Oh, that's a good joint. Oh, that's a really good joint too. Cool, I'm happy with that. So I left the pigtail that I'm using to connect this to the battery. I left it long enough so that if I have to remove this, I can. I can do so without, you know, putting in, see what I mean? Now it's part of it. It's part of the drone. It's part of the ESC now. So that's that. Now, when I get this together, if you ever do it, I suggest you want to do a continuity check between positive and negative, anywhere that this could potentially be touching anything. So just do a continuity check, say like here to anything, just to make sure there's no continuity around the around it, or on it, through it. I'm sorry, through it. All right. Okay, I just want my motor wires to all sit flat. That's important. So, yep, I think that's good. All right, cool. Now I'm going to swap out the gummies in the FC. As you can see, those are pretty tall. So, and they would squish down pretty good, but Diatone was kind enough to add a baggie of additional gummies, and of 2 different hardnesses too, which is cool. So what we're going to do, we're going to use the same hard ones, the blue ones, the same hardness or softness or whatever you want to call it. Same density, I guess it would be. Put the other ones back. Hell, they even include spares. That's awesome, in case you fuck up or lose 1 or 2 of the ones you got. That's pretty cool. Now, getting these back in is not that big of a deal. Pretty easy. See? Bam. Taco, I appreciate you hanging out, dude. Oh shit, I grabbed the wrong one. Taco, it's an F722 MK3. It's the F7. The only thing is that when I was ordering this, I ordered in a rush, and I meant to get 32-bit ESCs, and I accidentally grabbed 8-bit ESCs. I was kind of pissed, but by the time I realized it was a little too late to, you know, to rectify the situation. So I went with it. I decided if I want to later on, I can change out the ESC. No big deal. It's just an ESC by itself, so I don't have to worry about that. And I see your comment. I did clean it. You saw me clean it, right? I actually did that before I saw your comment. I almost forgot. So thanks for reminding me. Now I'm wondering if I should put a gummy or an O-ring on top of this. But let's see what happens. Damn it, I'm having a hard time here. I can't get them to line up. Because I took the damn nuts out. Oh, you son of a bitch. You pushed the gummy right out of the hole. Okay, something put an imprint right here. You probably can't see it. When I put that FC on, something imprinted it right there, I think. I'm pretty sure that just happened. There's like a little dent right there. I'm gonna put this on, and if I see anything touching this, or even potentially poking it, we're not gonna use it because I'm not gonna fry my shit just because. So let's see what happens. So all I'm trying to do right now is push all the stack screws through. Since I have nothing to hold them in place. All right. So I see an issue right now. I already see an issue. I see a big issue. That is going to cause a lot of problems, and we don't want that. So what I'm going to do, I think what I'm ultimately going to have to do is change my stack screws to get the height out of them that I need to be able to get everything spaced the way I need it. Fortunately for me, I've amassed enough hardware to be able to do that, I hope. So let's see. Let's see what we got to work with. I got, what was this, M3, right? M3. M3 set. And as you can see, there's nothing in there long enough. But I have a goodie box here. I'll bet you anything that is the same size. It sure to hell is. That seems to be the standard stack screw size. I know I've got longer screws somewhere. Oh wait, I do. I got these. Okay. So I've got these. They're a good bit longer, but they're Phillips head. But that's probably going to be the compromise I'm going to have to make. And I don't know if I have enough for both of them. 1, 2, yes, I do. All right, cool. All right. I feel like I've got another stash of screws somewhere. I'm going to check real quick. It's right here. I'm not going to leave. Okay, so it looks like we're going with the Phillips heads. I'm not fond of that, but it is better than nothing. And I do have a screwdriver, so we're good to go. It's not the first quad I've had to use these stack screws, these particular screws on. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay, so I ran into a minor issue earlier with an arm being in the way of the head of the screw. Don't know if that head's any bigger or not. If it's bigger, it may cause me a problem. Let's see what happens. Shit. It doesn't fit through the hole. You can't see that. It doesn't fit through the hole. See what I'm saying? It should go through the slot there. Got it. All right. That was the one I think that I was having the issue with earlier. So it fits in there. So I should have no problem with the rest of them. Cool. So moving forward. It's awesome that these companies usually provide, you know, some additional parts and stuff like that. It'd be cool though if they would actually provide stack screws, 2 different lengths of stack screws. Because it's not a one-size-fits-all application when it comes to that. So it would be nice if they did that and included a little extra hardware. I mean, it's beneficial in a way that even if you don't use the hardware, you have it extra to use somewhere else, which is always cool. There we go. Got it. It's a tight fit, not going to lie. That's one thing about the Wasp is the tolerances are extremely tight, and I mean tight. When you go to put the screws together, or when you go to put the screws, like put the arms together and everything, like the screw almost threads through the carbon almost. That's how tight it is. Almost, and it doesn't necessarily thread through, but it is tight. And that's a good thing though, because that means that there's no slop in anything. You know what I mean? There's no way for there to be slop. Taco, I probably could put some, you know what? That's not a bad idea, Taco. That's not a bad idea at all. I like that idea, dude. I have black tape, and if I cover the bottom of this with black tape, Dude, that's an excellent idea. That is an excellent idea, Taco. Thank you very much, dude. I'm going to try that. Let me first see how this all will mesh together. Okay, I'm definitely going to need a second O-ring in between here and there. Trying to be very careful with this. Got it. So I need another O-ring right here to get enough space in between the wires, the ESC wires, and the this. I feel like the extra O-rings is negating the taller dummies that I took out of the flight control. Yeah, buddy, I like that a lot more. Cool. That separates it. Uh-oh. I just ran into a problem. Okay, I want to show you guys something. See how my motors spin? No problem. Check this out. Oh, this one. This one doesn't want to spin. It's extremely stiff. I know what causes that. I know exactly what causes that. Let me show you. I'm going to demonstrate for you real quick. You're going to learn something. So, sometimes people will say my motor's stiff. It doesn't feel right. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Can you hear it and see it? That's normal. That's normal. Normal. Okay? Watch what happens. Doesn't matter. It can be these two. It can be these two. It can be these two. It does not matter. Watch what happens. And I can give you an explanation too. So now I got those two leads touching, right? My motor's stiff. It won't spin. Now watch what happens when I disconnect it. See the ends are free? See it spins? Now touch any two motor leads together. it don't spin. It's stiff. It's stuck. What's happening here, I can explain this. This is a motor. You know that. This is a three-phase motor. This is an AC motor. The ESC takes the signal and makes a square wave AC. Regular AC is in a sine wave, like that. A square wave is exactly what it sounds like. Square. It's a square wave. Okay? You get a square wave when you take DC and you oscillate it. If you oscillate DC, you turn it into AC, but you get a square wave. Motors love square waves. Three-phase motors love square waves way more than they like sine waves. What happens here, power comes to the ESC. The MOSFETs are switches. They're solid-state switches that have the ability to switch off and on really, really fast. That oscillation creates the square wave. You have three phases, so now you have three square wave phases, which is what spins the motor. And that makes it a motor. When you add power here, this spins, that makes it a motor. If you spin this like this, if you use another outside force to spin this, you're now generating power. You just turn this into a generator. Okay? When you take a magnet and you expand and collapse the magnetic field into a copper wire, it induces voltage. So what's happening is each time you spin your motor like this, you're inducing voltage into here. If I were to connect this to a voltmeter, which I have in front of me, if I were to connect this into a voltmeter, to the AC side of the voltmeter and spin this, say I put it on a drill, you would get electricity. It produces electricity, okay? So when any two leads, these leads are all connected in here. They're connected right here, you know? They go around the windings, and they connect. You touch these two, any two, and you spin this. Well, now you're inducing voltage into this wire and you're creating a short. That's what's happening here. And that's what's happening here. Right here. Now, before I can continue on, I have to figure out what the fuck is causing that. Why? Can't run your motor like that. So that means I have a short somewhere in that ESC. So let's take this back off and we got to examine it. I checked all my solders along the way with the magnifying glass, but that doesn't mean I didn't miss anything. I had to have missed something. Okay, it isn't this. We just eliminated that. Now we're troubleshooting. Okay. I do not see any kind of bridging in between the ESC or in between any of the ESC wires or the motor wires. I'm sorry. I do not see any bridging, and I'm using a magnifying glass to look through there. It's clean. There's nothing there. So our next step is here. We got a bridge in here somewhere. So what I got to do now is I got to cut my tie wraps. This sucks. God damn it, this sucks. But this is building, and I hope y'all just learned something. I hope I just taught y'all something. motor's still locked up. So we got to take the motor off too. I got to get the motor off. Still stiff. Okay. I should have done this before. I didn't think about it. For some reason, I just decided to spin my motors and discovered it. And I'm glad I did. Shit. I really, 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 really hope that it's in the in my solder joint right here and not something in ESC. Fuck. You know what? Easiest thing to do is to disconnect this motor altogether. All right, so I'm going to pull this off. I'm going to pull this motor off and see if it still does it. I changed my solder tip, remember? So now I gotta change it back because it's not enough to. Damn it, man. Damn, that's hot. Well, Taco, it looks like it's just you and me, man. Our other viewer left, whoever it was. I'll give him credit though. They hung around for a while. I'm just waiting for my soldering iron to heat up. Son of a bitch, that tip is still hot. Damn it. Okay, I got the motor off. And the motor's still stiff. So it's not the ESC. That's a good thing. So now we need to determine, is it a motor thing or is it a solder thing? I think it's a solder thing. So So they were nice enough to include all these other extra additional items. I hope they had included a couple extra pieces of heat shrink tape, because I'm going to be really upset if I don't have any more. So now, motor's still stiff. I'm going to examine it under the the magnifying glass real quick. I cannot see anything wrong. So I'm going to pull this apart. I'm going to start with this one wire. I see something that I'm wondering if could be causing the issue. So I'm going to start here. Okay. Now the motor's free. The motor's free, and now it's free. You see it spinning? It's free. So something's wrong with my solder joint right in here. There's something wrong here. I don't know what. I have an idea. So there's like a little capacitor right here. When the solder's touching that, it's bridged over to that, and I think that might be what's doing it. So I'm going to try to clean that up. If you see, I only have disconnected the one wire, and now the motor spins. Just want to make sure it feels the same as. It's good. Okay. Feels the same. So all right, I'm going to pull the motor off completely off the race wire. No, I'm not. I'm just going to clean up that one pad. I think that's the issue right there. I believe, I'm almost positive I found the issue. So I'm going to clean that up. This is a job for solder wick and flux. So I take the solder wick, and it comes in a thin strand, right? So what I do is I fan it out a little bit. I just push on it. Just give it a little push. and it like fattens it up, makes it wider. See what I'm doing? See what I'm saying? Then I dip it in flux, the side that I'm going to use to suck the solder. Dip it in the flux. Put that same side onto the joint, onto the solder, and hit it with the heat. It'll pull the solder out. Okay. See all that solder? I just took that off that pad. So there's a little capacitor right here. If you can see the tip of my tweezers, I'm touching the capacitor. Okay. And then there's a pad right here. There was a bridge between this pad and that capacitor. And I think that that might have been what was causing it. I think when I was doing this, I saw that and I said, I think, well, because it's in that trace, it shouldn't be an issue. Well, guess what? I was wrong. So the motor spins free. What happens if I touch it back to the pad? It still spins free. I'm Yep, it's free. All right, that was our issue. A tiny little fucking solder bridge between this tiny little capacitor and this pad right here. This capacitor is in line with this pad, so I didn't think it would cause any issue, but I was sadly mistaken. So I'm going to solder this back up. But not before I hit it with the thing. I think I can clean it up just a little bit better. So I better do that before I cause any other issues on the way back together. Yeah. Yes, that took care of it. Oh my God. All right. She's good now. I gotta re-tin the tip, or re-tin the pad and reattach the lead, motor lead, and check it again. My eyes are getting a little cross-eyed. Might be time for me to go to bed here soon. And if I do, I'm going to pick this up tomorrow. I will probably get on early tomorrow, and I will run this until both of these quads are done. I'm going to complete both of these builds on the live stream, just like I said I was. It just isn't going to be on the first live stream like I tried to do. I honestly didn't think I could do it, but I kind of, on one hand, thought I could. I really didn't think I could, but I wanted to try. You never know until you try, right? So I tried. And honestly, if I stayed at this all freaking night, we probably could get it by morning, but I would rather get some rest and start fresh. Okay, so I'm gonna put these back together. I'm gonna flux it. Flux you, motherfucker. Motor fluxer. All right. Well, we're back up to 2 viewers again, Nacho. I'm sorry, man. Taco. Dude, I'm sorry. If you hate me for that, I don't blame you. I'm sorry. All right, I can't get the heat to transfer between the solder joint and the pad there because I don't have enough, I can't put enough pressure on it to make the two touch the way I need them to touch. So this is where I have to get creative. There we go. I can put pressure on that and it won't go anywhere. I'm gonna flux it up again. Okay. It's free. It's free. Did you see that, Taco? We ran into a problem and we troubleshot it and fixed it all in a few minutes. Let me just go back over these joints. I want to look back over and make sure. All right, I got to. Looks like I got some little hairy strands going on over here. I want to make sure that that's not kind of an issue. Oh, that's an actual piece of hair. What the hell? So I think we're good. Wait, I got a few loose strands right there. I do not like that. That's no bueno. That's no bueno, Taco. So I'm just going to hit that with the soldering iron again. Let it, I'm going to hit with some flux and let it see if it'll squish up. Okay, I think we're good. See if the motor's still free. Motor's still free. We're golden, guys. We're back to 2 viewers again. Woohoo! Thanks for hanging out. So I did end up moving that capacitor a little bit, but it is still making contact with its contact points, and the motor is not making contact with it. So we're good. Good to go. So this was my first time using race wire, so you know, a little trial and error. Thing of it is I saw that little solder bridge. I even said that I saw the solder bridge, and I even said that I thought, well, it probably won't hurt anything, being the fact that it's right in line with the pad. I did not think to spin the motor. It didn't even, the thought never even crossed my mind to make sure. Okay, I like it. It works. All right, now we have to solder these bitches back on. Yay. Yay, because that was so much fun the first time. Okay. I gotta re-hit these pads, clean them back up. Beautiful. Those are beautiful. They won't stay that way, but they sure as hell look good for now. Put them back. That's why I couldn't find them. sorry if I'm in your way through this process. I apologize. I just got to let me just do this real quick. Trying to keep my hands out of my way for you guys, but it also makes it difficult for me to kind of get in a position where I can see what I need to see. Okay. Okay. And everything's good. Everything's good and tight. Solder joints are pretty good. I'm happy with them. So, who else is in here besides Taco? Make yourself known. I see you. I know you're there. I just don't know who you are. Say hi. Okay. No, it's not okay. That was probably extremely loud. I apologize. I think I need to get a microphone and some sound dampening. I forgot to put my double-sided tape on. Man, this stuff is hard to get. Trying to get that plastic backing off of it. Pain in the ass. All right. Third time's a charm, right? So, all right. That's what they should have all sounded like to begin with. So, I'm kind of glad that that happened. So, for the two people that were watching, especially you, Taco, you seem to be a little more into what's going on. I like that. That's cool, man. I hope I taught you something. You said you're learning. I hope you learned something valuable. Well, I mean, I say valuable, but that was a seriously good troubleshooting experience for any new person, because I've seen this happen so many times. My motor's stiff, and I try to explain to them, and it's hard to convey that into words and get somebody to listen to you. I see this all the time. My motor's stiff. Something's wrong. Well, I already can tell you what's wrong. You got two leads touching somewhere, and it's probably either in your ESC. If your motor's connected, it could be in your ESC, or you got two wires touching somewhere somehow. And if you were flying it and it was fine, and now all of a sudden, then you probably got some solder melted that touched into a MOSFET or something like that. Two legs of a MOSFET. So let's see how the FC will fit on here now. Oh. Now the stat screws should be grounded. Okay, so that's good. I like it. Uh-oh. Damn it, you son of a bitch. Damn gummies. See, when I had the nuts on the screws, they were holding them in place, and now I don't have them on there, and it is making it difficult to get everything lined up right because the screws move around. Got it. Okay, that is not going to work. So what I'm running into is a little bit of space issue. What's happening is the FC is coming down too far, and it's pushing on the the little EMF field shield, and we can't have that at all. Now, you know what? I put those longer stack screws in. That's what's gonna fix the problem. That's gonna fix it right there. So since I put the longer stack screws in, I got put these motherfucking bones back in that I took out. Damn it. So trial and error, man. It's all about building trial and error. Test fit, dry fit, real fit. So, all right, we got longer stack screws. Put these bad boys back in there. You can see they're much bigger. So, okay. Now you can see there's a shit ton of space in there. And I have plenty of space for compressibility. I can compress these down to get my VTX on there. And, well, it should work. That is going to work A-okay. Now I've got space for my, no I don't, damn it. That was one of the issues I was running into. What do we got here? Get on there. Now, okay, now it's on, but I still got to put some spacers in there to keep it sitting level. But we're not ready for that yet. But this will be the stack. Except this will all compress down some. I needed to compress down a little bit, but I think we're good for there. I think I'm gonna call it a night. I've been at it for over 6 hours now. So you guys have been wonderful. You know, the ones of you that hung out with me, Taco, you've been here the longest. So I appreciate it, man. I'm getting a little tired. I'm ready to go to bed. I'm gonna go hang out for a little while before I do that. But I'm gonna get back on here in the morning whenever I get up. I don't have a set time yet. I'll probably be around, I don't know. I'd like to fly tomorrow too. I haven't flown in a few days, so I definitely, and I have my other quad, my main quad, crashed the other day, and I had to replace the motors on it. So same thing. I still got to put the race wires in, which you guys can't see. I got the race wires in, but I've got to finish connecting them from the race wire to the ESC, and then I got to put this bad boy back together, and I'm ready to fly. This is my 4S rig. This is the one that has taught me everything I know. I mean, I also use, a lot of times I'll fly with I have a 2.5-inch tadpole. And the tadpole's really cool. It's a lot of fun. It's real small, and it flies, for as small as it is, it flies amazingly well. It flies amazingly similar to my 5-inch, which is weird. But it's extremely light. You know, it's so much smaller and it's lighter. And so when I try to practice tricks, I'll try to use that and fly over grass. You know, in my neighbor's yard, I can do it in my backyard and keep it, you know, So I'll learn how to do the, the mechanics of a trick, or how a trick operates once I watch the NTT tutorials. Head Mazda. I don't know if you guys watch him, but the dude is super cool. He's got awesome tutorials, and that's how I've been learning all my tricks, is through his tutorials. NTT, No Talk Tutorials, Head Mazda. Check him out. Subscribe. He's got some awesome stuff. And so, anyways, when I'm ready to learn a new trick, I watch his videos. I take my 2.5-inch tadpole and I go flinging it around in my neighbor's backyard. It's a pretty cool little quad. I fly it with a 4S 525 milliamp hour battery. That's why it's got some weight to it, because that battery is almost as big as the quad. But this thing will actually pick up an 850 milliamp hour battery and fly with it, but it's like a brick. I don't think it likes it. But at any rate, so I'm going to conclude this session. I did not make it anywhere near as far as I'd hoped, but I mean, I wouldn't have known that if I didn't try, right? So we tried, and I'm not going to say it was a failure. I just didn't succeed at completing as much as I wanted to complete on 2 builds, because that was the whole premise of this video, was to build 2 quads at once. And, well, I mean, not one in one hand, one in the other hand, Taco. Not like that. But, so the other frame's naked. I may catch this one up to this one before going live again. I might do that, and then try to complete them both at the same time. But I really appreciate everybody that came in and hung out for a little while. And Taco, I appreciate you hanging out, and I enjoy talking to you, man. The motor thing, keep that in mind. Don't forget, if you've got a stiff motor, you need to look for 2 wires touching. If you take the motor off and spin it, and it's still tight when none of the leads are touching, then you know you have a bad motor. If you take the motor off and spin it and it's loose, and your motor leads go straight from the motor to the ESC, no race wire in between, then you know you got a bad ESC, or an ESC that's going bad, or a ESC that has a MOSFET that has 2 legs touching somehow, some way, probably overheating. But anyways, man, I really appreciate you guys that hung out. Taco, you're awesome. I hope you come back tomorrow, dude. I don't know. I don't have a time yet. Let's say around noon. I'll try to get on around noon, and we're going to go until it's done. These quads are going to fly tomorrow, or at least, no, they're going to fly. All right, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. See you guys later.